Chapter 141, Where It All Begins. What son asks such vile questions to his mother? Lady Aurora barked. Sylvester just realized that in his old mindset, he forgot to realize Xavier was supposed to be his elder, not the other way around. Honestly, talking about all these things didn't matter to him as he didn't care. But there was certainly a problem here. He clarified in a more technical way. What? I wish to help Mum, that's why I'm asking. You tell me, how do you maintain your bust from bouncing around when in a fight, or on a horse? Lady Aurora was flustered, for no man ever dared to ask her such questions. How fiendish you are. Sylvester sighed. Just tell me the answer and you will know the science. I wrap a long piece of cloth around my torso, that's it. Sylvester nodded and thought about making a bra for Xavier and poor women like her. He reckoned it must be hard for common women with large busts. Noble women could easily afford a wide range of bustiers, but commoners could afford clothes only if they desired to. Most just let it be free. What about you, Mum? You don't do something similar? He asked. Xavier had no shame with her son. After all, he drank milk from the same thing they were talking about. I don't, as I am not a warrior. That's the problem. Even if you're not a warrior, you need to use one, especially for someone of your size. Don't worry. Give me a few days, and I will create an undergarment that can help you with the pain caused by the strange center of gravity. He reckoned it wouldn't take too much time since it was a really easy thing as long as the size was known. As for clothes, cotton and silk would suffice, but the elastic part was the real problem. He knew he could find and harvest natural latex pretty easily, but turning it into an elastic band would not be easy. Still, he knew he had most of the ingredients available thanks to alchemy, but how to go about it was the question. His little knowledge told him that latex, acetic acid, and sulfur were involved. You will make something to hold them up. How? You don't even have them to know how to go on about it. Lady Aurora asked him interestedly. As long as you give me your size, I should be able to make something. Anyway, for now, please put this lotion on your back, Mum. He handed Xavier a paste-like thing that had a cooling effect on the skin. Sylvester felt somewhat awkward talking about the Twin Peaks for so long now, so he changed the topic and sat down. He kept trying to infer the reason why Lady Aurora was there and what she was trying to gather. Mum, I have filed for a promotion as well, so I should be able to become an archpriest now. He revealed while sneakily feeding the banana to Muraj, keeping his end of the bargain. Xavier, of course, turned very happy, but the truth was that Sylvester was heavily underranked for his job. He was a sanctum inspector, and by that reference, he should at least be a bishop, and even then, Sylvester just killed a bloodling, clearly making him someone near the rank of an archbishop, as only they are strong enough to do such a thing. What's your clergy rank, Lady Aurora? Sylvester asked her. She replied proudly, I am a cardinal. All guardians are given the rank of cardinal. What about saint? I have seen some cardinals having saints behind their names, Sylvester inquired. That is even rarer than a cardinal. To get a saint rank, one needs no promotion. You can be a saint even while being a priest. Only those people who have done something vastly big for the faith are given the saint prefix, or if they showed any otherwise impossible miracle. Hearing that, Sylvester wondered why he didn't have a saint prefix since he was breathing, walking proof of a miracle. He's the bard of the Lord, after all. Maybe I should try to get the saint rank first. If my goal is to become the Pope early, I need to earn the respect of the people fast. And it's impossible since oldies of the church will never support an upstart young man unless I do something so revolutionary that it's impossible to ignore me. Sylvester had long realized that to rise in the ranks, he didn't just need to fight against the darkness but also his colleagues. Even if someone is not interested in Pope selections, they'd rather see someone with a white beard than a pretty face like him. He rubbed his chin in annoyance. I seriously need a beard so I can appear wiser, but why is it not coming? I'm 16. Soon enough, the dinner was ready. Sylvester ate it, and surprisingly, Lady Aurora also stayed to eat. He didn't like it but accepted the situation. He had not smelled anything suspicious from her until now. And if she truly didn't have any agenda, then the best case was to befriend her, through Xavier, of course. I should exploit the fact that she never had a family. She likely longs for the warmth that comes from little things. He planned secretly while eating. You should try some pickles Mum made. They are amazing. He suggested and passed on the jar on the table. He was trying to make her feel at home with these little things. Xavier was one step ahead, and her motherly instincts flared up every time she saw a parentless child. Even though Lady Aurora was obviously older than Xavier, but she looked younger. Eat more here. Xavier filled Lady Aurora's plate again. The also-mighty guardian of light could only shift in her chair and eat it silently, but a smile was always present on her pretty face. Haha, I guess not all the powerful church members are freaks, Sylvester thought and finished up. He went ahead, washed his plate, and headed to his room. Mum, I will go to sleep. Been tired from meditation on Soul Tree. Good night to you as well, Lady Aurora. Sylvester lied. In reality, he was not tired, nor did he need rest. Instead, he wished to do nothing but make some plans for the future. Use his old notebook and write some things on it, including targets and plots he needed to focus on. So he told Murrej to vomit out his book of schemes after giving him another banana. Makesy. Soon Sylvester changed his clothes and sat down by the table and started writing on it. He needed to get recognition and power as fast as possible. For that, he needed some high-profile cases for work. I cannot stay as a sanctum inspector either. I need a transfer to something like the Holy Army or Inquisitors, where I can have a cult following. I'd prefer the Inquisitors, however, as they already hold me in high regard. He quickly wrote down the ways to gain popularity among the masses. I need to earn money and use it for the social welfare of people while ensuring they know I provided it, not the church. At last, he wrote about his strength. The more I exert myself, the stronger I will grow, so I need to pick more missions that require me to exert. Even dangerous ones will do with Lady Aurora along for the whole year. Makesy play. Murrej suddenly jumped to sit in front of him on the table. Fine. Sylvester closed the book and turned his chair around to face the room. Then, he used his palm to send a little light beam on a wall. Oh, what's that? I must catch it. Murrej quickly jumped away to hold the little light on the wall. It was a natural cat instinct, it seemed. Sylvester chuckled every now and then while making Murrej run around. I guess this is how I can keep you in good shape, Chonky. But Murrej was busy. Oh no, why must you run away, little light? Let me eat you. Sylvester sighed relaxedly. It sure was soothing to his mind to have some calming time at home. However, it was his luxury that he could temporarily afford, for outside, an intense mess of unimaginable proportion was brewing. 4,000 kilometers away. In the fields of craters in the war-stricken Sorrow Kingdom, a new battle took place, one that would define the future of the world and the faith, one that would bring out the fangs of the church. Boom! The lands appeared demonic in an incredible show of power, everything burnt, destroyed, and blackened. Somewhere it was a field of lava, while some had pits of poison. Arg! A feminine voice echoed in pain as the thin woman clad in black armor, golden mask, and helmet knelt down. She was missing an arm, yet she kept praying in the name of Solis. The might of Solis will befall you, heathen. You may kill me, but the servants of the faith will hunt you down, she growled. Gods gave up on us long ago, Eighth Guardian. There is nothing in praying to them. For pain, we are eternally condemned. I'll give you another chance. Join me. Join Antilight, and you shall see the true face of the church. The woman, weakened to the brink and bleeding profusely, looked up at the man and cursed him. "You will never win, heathen. Faith is much more than you can imagine. Your upstart anti-light may harm a few small pillars like me, but you shall never reach the foundation." Bam! He punched her face and held her by the neck. "My name is Julius Aurelius Alexander, and you shall call me that. As for the so-called foundation, who will care about the church when no believers are left? Who will pay you scums when there is none interested? You rule through fear, and I shall erase it. You rule through your false pretense of kindness, and I shall lift that veil." "Impossible. Keep dreaming, heathen." She didn't budge and kept staring into the man's eyes. Alexander shook his head in disappointment and looked towards the cloudy sky and the destruction surrounding them. "Pity, I could have used someone like you. Look around you, Eighth Guardian, look at the destruction. Do you know what's even more destructive than this?" Whoosh! Suddenly, a cloud of black energy appeared around Alexander's free hand and took the shape of a long blade on his fist. "Why you?" Eight Guardian's eyes widened under her mask. "Such control of darkness, the church shall never tolerate it." "Arg!" she cried as the dark blade was instantly thrust into her chest, impaling her entirely and burning her insides. With no particular expression other than coldness, Alexander brought his face closer to her ears and whispered, "The real darkness will only now ensue, because of you, as the crusades shall ravage through. Thank you for your sacrifice, Eight Guardian of Light. Sadly, your death is the beginning of this world's plight." No ka. She lost the last remaining speck of life with nothing but fear and pain-filled tears. She just realized she had miscalculated and made a blunder. Since the start, she was the prey and never the hunter. Chapter 142, New Assignment. "So, what are we gathered here for? I had some training to do, you know." Felix complained as he found himself standing in the middle of a warehouse in the Guild Peninsula early in the morning, just after their training, also known as beading. "We are going to make something called a bra. It's a garment that's worn by women to hold their breasts up and in shape, so when they work around, they don't feel pain from extreme movements." Sylvester gave them a crash course about the undergarment. They. But the two boys stared at Sylvester with an annoyed look. They could not understand why they should be making something like that, since none of them was a woman. "Why would you need a bra?" Felix questioned. "I don't need it, you musclehead. I need it for my mother and other women with large assets. Gabriel, even your sister could use it. And Felix, don't you want to get famous among highborn ladies? This is the way," Sylvester said, enticing them with personal benefits. "I wonder what having breasts feels like," Gabriel muttered while rubbing his bearded chin suddenly. Sylvester ignored and gathered a few materials he needed to make the whole thing. The process of making elastic was simple but took time and work. As for the undergarment, it was the easiest part because as long as he had the measurements, he just needed a tailor to do as he said. Since they were working with a small amount of latex, they didn't need any heavy industrial equipment for pressing and mixing. So, they just used some metal-hardened plates and stood on them. Since there was also some heating involved, they had to use fire magic. Slowly but surely, they started to see the progress. Then, at last, sulfur was added and mixed at high temperatures to make the latex genuinely elastic. Natural latex was soft, sticky, and had less tensile strength, so it was unsuitable for clothing. Then, before it fully hardened, they made a long and thin sheet of it and cut it into straps so they could be sewn with clothes. In a matter of 6 hours, they were able to make elastic, a thing that appeared so ordinary but could revolutionize how clothes worked. Sylvester checked the end product and decided to try more variations of mixes later to get the best possible elastic. "Can this be used for bowstrings?" Gabriel wondered, seeing the elasticity of the material. "No, this can still break under extreme stretches, so it's better to keep using the current materials. However, this is a great thing for clothes. Just imagine the pants waist having these. You won't have to tie any knots then. Knock knock. All of a sudden, their little invention factory was disturbed as a knock came. Sylvester walked to open the door to the warehouse and received words. Then he returned to the two boys with a piece of paper. It seems our next mission has been finalized. We are called to the administration office to get briefed about it. Finally, I was getting bored of sitting in the Holy Land now. Felix cheered and was already on his way out. Sylvester quickly gathered all the materials they made and their evidence, and then cleaned the place with water magic. He wished not to reveal the invention to others without the prospect of making money off of it. It was afternoon by now, so they quickly headed to the administration office. Gabriel was not allowed, however, since he was not a sanctum inspector. Inside, they were sent to meet the Saint Wazir, as sanctum inspector was a department directly under him. However, they also noticed something strange on their way. What's going on? Everyone seems to be running around, Felix wondered. Sylvester also noticed it, and through the sense, he could feel anxiety among the people. Did something big happen? Eventually, they were allowed inside the office of Saint Wazir, and surprisingly, they also saw Saint Cyr inside, the man Sylvester felt the most afraid of. Not because of power, but because of work. Saint Cyr was the chief spymaster of the Pope. The man was supposed to know everything. And Sylvester didn't like the gaze the man saw him with. It felt as if Saint Cyr was always trying to find some dirt on him. But thankfully, with the ability to smell emotions, he was able to avoid it. May the holy light enlighten us all. Sylvester and Felix saluted them at the same time. Saint Wazir, the old man, appeared to be on edge, as his face was devoid of all emotions, and he just blankly kept staring at the paperwork on the table. What the hell happened that even he's so stressed out? Sylvester silently wondered and waited for instructions. Cough. Saint Cyr coughed and spoke instead. Welcome, priests. You are called here to be assigned a new mission. Saint Wazir will brief you about the initial details now. Saint Wazir looked up and started monotonously speaking. You two are to go to the northern parts of Gracia Kingdom and solve a matter of great importance. The Gracia Kingdom seems to be imploding as we speak. Two counts are on the verge of an all-out war, and the unfortunate part is that both of them are brothers. Sylvester took the paper holder from Saint Wazir and looked at the reports and the maps of the conflict zone, drawn by hand. He muttered after reading the names. County of Jardel and County of Raftel, aren't these near Pitfall Town? Indeed, Saint Wazir continued with seriousness. Both of them are actual brothers, but they've had land feuds as they believe their father didn't divide his territory correctly among them. The reality is that only Count Jardel was supposed to get all the lands as he was the firstborn, but for some reason, he decided to divide it into two. But Count Raftel, the second son, feels he was given less. While Count Jardel, the firstborn, feels Count Raftel got the best land as it's more fertile. It becomes even more troublesome because both belong to different duchies, hence implicating two dukes in this possible war, Duchy of Colorwood and Duchy of Zahn. We cannot afford this. Hundreds and thousands of people will die if the war ensues. Sylvester read the report and frowned soon after. He wants an independent investigation into the murder. Saint Wazir nodded and handed him a new folder of papers. Recently, the wife of Count Jardel was found dead in mysterious circumstances, naked and possibly violated. Count Jardel instantly accused his younger brother of the crime and vowed vengeance. He called for many investigations, but all led to no conclusions. So now, the responsibility lies on us to find the true criminal and stop two duchies in our backyard from possibly going to war. Felix also read the reports and asked instantly, but this is not a crime against the church, so why are the normal marshals or holy army not sent to handle this? Saint Cyr spoke just then, maintaining the creepy smile on his face while staring at Sylvester. "Oh, we have the utmost trust in Lord Bard. He has proven himself many times with his masterful deduction skills, finding the killer of Bright Mothers, realizing the mental illness of the Sphinx town, and the murder accident in the Fallshoot village. I'm quite sure Lord Bard is the best investigator we have." Sylvester remained silent as he felt a little bit of hate from the man, in addition to jealousy. Why was that there? He didn't know. All he knew was that he needed to add another name to the list of people he needed to kill in this quest to rise. "I am giving you a platoon of 22 knights and 3 wizards for this assignment, as you may have to face some sort of armed conflict during the work. You are authorized to arrest anyone as long as you are positive that they are the murderer." Saint Wazir finished giving his briefing. "Any questions?" Sylvester shook his head without thinking much, as he was tenser about the Saint Seer and why the latter was being hostile towards him. Was he a part of the same faction that those Void Keepers claimed to be? Was even the highest level of authority under the Pope divided? It's still too early to judge. It's impossible to know if he's against me on behalf of himself or someone else. "I shall fulfill my duty, Saints. You can rely on me. I will find the murderer at the quickest." Sylvester saluted and turned around to leave as Saint Wazir seemed too busy to talk more. The two walked all the way outside the building, but even outside, they noted various clergymen were rushing in. There was something big happening, as all these rushing men were of archbishop rank at the minimum. Did the war with Bisteria start already? He wondered. "Man, I will be so close to my home on this mission. Max, why not come to Sandwall and see my place?" Felix asked him. But Sylvester's focus was only on the mission. "Maybe after we're done with this mission. For now, we should first go to Pitfall Town. I know a few people there who can probably help us. Let's go and gather Gabriel and Sir Dalorum." By evening, Sylvester had gathered the whole team and discussed what they needed for this new work. "If I recall that time correctly, you may remember we saw a bloodied battlefield 9 years ago while returning from Pitfall Town. It was the work of these counts too, but we should still prepare for the worst-case scenario that there is a bloodling out there," Sir Dalorum said, knowing Sylvester's bad luck with the dark creatures. "Agreed," Gabriel and Felix blurted. Sylvester looked at the map, however. "Sir Dalorum, since you are a commander of the Inquisitors, I give you the command of the men who shall come with us. Felix, you are also a Sanctum Inspector, so you will always be present in the other county when I am in one. We cannot afford any kind of delay in communication." "Got it." Felix wrote down things on his little booklet as well. "What about Lady Aurora?" Gabriel asked. Sylvester felt a headache developing instantly. She was too strong, which meant too careless regarding little matters. That's the problem with overly powerful people, as they fail to see things normally. To them, it was all about whether they solved it with overwhelming strength or not. "Let's discuss this with her tomorrow morning," Sylvester decided. "I need to head home now. Mum called me back earlier today for some reason." "We're coming too," Felix and Gabriel chirped. "Why would they want that? What's going on?" Sylvester visibly frowned as he smelled excitement from the two. But he relented and took them along to the Bright Mother complex. However, as he entered the house, it was all dark and nobody was there. Where did Mum go? He looked around in the rooms. "Max, look!" Felix exclaimed from the kitchen all of a sudden. "I found this note. It says Lady Xavia is on the terrace." Once again, why are they so excited? Sylvester frowned and instantly raised his guard. He prepared to cast any spells if need be. "Lead the way then," he ordered. So they started to climb the stairs. While Felix and Gabriel were calm, Sylvester was on edge. 1 floor, 2 floors, they soon arrived at the last door, beyond which was the terrace. "Let's go, Max," Felix shouted loudly and opened the door. "Follow me." Sylvester felt it was too strange the way Felix spoke. so he slowly stepped forward and stepped onto the terrace after the two. Whoosh! Surprise, happy birthday, Max. That. Sylvester jumped back in fright as the light crystals lit up and revealed a massive crowd of bright mothers all around, smiling cheerfully and looking at him lovingly. But Sylvester was quick to turn the surprise around. Wait, today is my birthday. That. Chapter 143, The Sun. Sylvester had never expected someone would do such a thing for his birthday, so he was taken aback by the crowd shouting and cheering for him. He was used to people screaming for his death, not this. Of course, dear, I'm your mother, how can I be wrong? Xavier came forward. Ah, wait, I mistook my birthday in this world with the past one. He quickly realized the mistake in his mind. He looked around and noticed that the bright mothers from the whole building had come there to celebrate with him. From the oldest to the youngest, even the great Mother Grace was there. Thank you, everyone. I was not expecting such a thing, honestly. He didn't know what to feel about this. At least he could sense their excitement and motherly love for him, as he had always helped many of the bright mothers since he was a kid. These women, at least most, were not wizards or knights. They were just simple humans, so physical tasks that were normal for Sylvester were impossible for them. One after another, older bright mothers came to him and kissed him on the cheek and patted his head, blessing him with long life and strength. Some also had gifts, but nothing expensive as they were not wealthy nobles. Most gave something edible or some sort of medical potion. The only expensive gift was from the tall, strong, great Mother Grace, the head of all bright mothers. She was extremely old and still somehow looked middle-aged. She was a rich woman and gave Sylvester a nice little ring after saying, "When the spark of your light is about to diminish, this shall shine bright as a beacon of hope." Sylvester, however, while seeing her face, could only remember the scene he saw years ago, the night the scissors met. This was the ringleader after all. Thank you, great mother. I will cherish this gift. He took the ring with care, but not so foolishly as he wondered if there was something in it that could track him. But he didn't have time to research it, as there were hundreds of bright mothers greeting him and kissing his cheek, which by now had turned red from all the lipstick marks. Most of them were from old ladies, though. However, to his surprise, at the end came a young girl about the same age as him, looking all nervous. She timidly reached him and extended the book in her hands. I am a Bright Mother trainee, Anya Mahler. I just arrived here and I heard a lot about you, Lord Bard. I want to give you this book." Sylvester looked at the book and read its name on the first page. The Grand Sacrifice. The book is about the 9th Pope, who gave his life to defeat the strongest demon ever recorded. She quickly nodded. Yes, I read about him and it inspires me so much. He gave away his life along with the Guardians to protect the world from evil. I often wonder what was in his mind when it happened. Was he scared, angry, or nothing? Sylvester looked at the girl strangely. She appeared smarter than your average commoner bright mother trainee. But on top of that, the scent of her emotions told a story of fear for some reason. How did you end up here? Aren't you too young to be a bright mother? Sylvester, who was emotionally dead to feel any romance or attraction to most women, sized her up from head to toe. She was about 5'6", had reddish blonde hair, and a pale face with some light acne. She had deep blue eyes and was petite in stature. She nodded and looked down as she replied in a rather apologetic tone. "I'm sorry if I'm disturbing you. I never had someone my age to talk with these past few weeks. I used to be the daughter of a viscount in the Sorrow Kingdom, but now that everything's gone and my family is dead, this is the only home I have." Sylvester didn't ask her to elaborate on her story anymore, as he could guess most of it, but he patted her shoulder and spoke in a little rhyme. What happened was painful, and the pain will never go away. But to respect the dead, the least we can do is not let our minds decay. For those who search for it, there is always a way. She nodded and forced a kind smile on her face. "Thank you, Lord Bard. You really are as different as they say. I really hope someday you become the Pope." Sylvester took out an emergency cookie from his robe pocket and gave it to her. "Just call me Sylvester, and those two blokes you see behind are Felix and Gabriel. Also, you are very young. You don't have to force yourself to be a bright mother. Take your time in studies and meet people. If you fall in love and wish not to take the vows of Deus service, I will support you." Just then Great Mother Grace approached them and repeated what Sylvester said. "He is right, dear. Not all women in the world can become bright mothers, or else who will birth the future warriors, future faithfuls, even future popes?" Anya bowed her head quickly and thanked before running away in fright. She was scared of authority, it appeared. "Do you like her?" the Great Mother asked Sylvester all of a sudden. Sylvester shrugged and looked at the book in hand. "Yes, but not in the manner you think, Great Mother. I just like smart people, and she certainly is smart." "Max, eat this cake. This is great," Felix shouted from a distance all of a sudden. The Great Mother scowled at Felix's behavior and snarkily added, "Smart people, a wise fondness to have, but you're certainly not very good at finding them, I must say." Sylvester chuckled, knowing she was taking a jibe at Felix. He also decided to go and join his friends and eat. "Felix, well, I suppose he's something more than most of us." "What may it be?" she questioned. "He is alive." He hurried to eat the cake Xavier had made for him. It appeared ordinary with just some milk cream on it and soft, sweetened bread with honey. There were also a few fruit pieces on it that were a delight to eat. "Thank you, Mum." He made sure to show her his gratitude. He knew he was too old for these celebrations, but even he felt they were great relaxing events. Xavier hugged him tight and started crying. "My Max, you're now 17, you're growing so fast. Your fat cheeks are gone now and you look so handsome. Girls must go crazy for you." He chuckled and replied, "But what's the point? I must stick to my vows." She cried stronger. "I know, and that's why I wonder what my grandkids would have looked, pretty little angels, I reckon." He patted her head and made her sit down. Then he also sat cross-legged while telling Gabriel to bring his violin from his room. "Bright mothers," he addressed all the women as they started to sit down too. Soon a circle was made around Sylvester, with Xavier, Felix, Gabriel, Great Mother, and Anya sitting closest to him. Muraj was not close, however, as he finally had a chance to eat cake since no one looked at it. Bright mothers, or should I just say mothers? Sylvester decided to show some appreciation and win their hearts emotionally. This way, if and when the time comes, they'd choose him over anyone. "I came here when I was merely 4 months old. Small and curious, I roamed around. Yet all of you cared for me like I was yours. Outside on my journeys, I have seen the worst humanity has to offer. Son killing parents, mother killing son. But out of all mothers in the world, you all are the true mothers, bright mothers, who care for all, blood or not. Someday I will become something in this church, if not the Pope, then something else, but no matter what, I wish for you all to remain my mothers. I hope you all keep spoiling me and depending on me." Sylvester saw a lot of smiles and even some tears on these women's faces. He could understand where it was coming from. All of them were alone with no family of their own. Only a few women voluntarily became bright mothers, while most became one due to circumstances, to survive. So seeing Sylvester being so kind and familial to them warmed their hearts. "So I shall sing a hymn dedicated to you all," he announced and prepared. He hoped that his halo and voice were bound to earn many fanatical believers today, but at the same time, he truly wished to be kind to them at least. As he started playing the violin, the bright mothers became attentive. Then, when the halo appeared behind his head, the bright mothers began praying silently. "Just a little bird out here in the harsh world. I grew somehow, despite the fate so swirled. To see another day, there was no guarantee. At times, the world seemed so against me. Believe me, O Solis, I am your devotee. My wings were cut, in wars and violence so meaningless. The heart stopped, my loved ones lay lifeless. Why I just wanted to fly, why I can only cry. Is it my fault, the dark world I couldn't foresee? Believe me, O Solis, I am your devotee. As Sylvester stopped verbally singing and just played the violin on a low pitch, he looked around and noticed a lot of tearful faces and sniffling. Xavia, Anya, or even the Great Mother appeared to be crying uncontrollably. Even Gabriel couldn't help but wipe out his wet eyes while Felix stayed seated silently, looking at the sky. All the bright mothers resonated with the song, as they were little birds who just wanted to fly. But then some tragedy struck, and here they sit and cry. Each one of them had some trauma that pushed them into this life. Each had lost someone dear to them they couldn't forget. Each one of them had a silent, harsh journey that no one knew. If I must gather followers, then why not from here itself? Sylvester thought as he prepared to sing the last passage of his hymn. The featherless bird embarked on a journey. Through bloodied lands, there was none to hear me. My feet bled, rain on my head, but I refused to drop dead. Solis kept me alive, his warmth I wished to spread. Help those like me who cry and live in utter dread. I hope all those saddened hearts will find me. Believe me, O Solis, I am your devotee. O Solis, I shall forever be your devotee. Sylvester stopped singing and played the violin for a few seconds before slowly ending it all and letting the silence take over. But it didn't last, as all the bright mothers realized they were crying. But just then, one old bright mother, possibly the most senior among all, got up and wiped her eyes clean. Then she walked to Sylvester and leaned down to kiss his forehead. She looked into his golden eyes as she stood straight back. Lord Bard, it was your birthday, yet we are the ones who received the gift. I was merely a poor village girl when the fire took over our little home. My father ran into the fire to protect us, only I survived. Your hymns remind me of my father. As she left, another bright mother came and did the same, her tearful eyes still appearing uncontrollable. You are so. If my son was alive, he'd be as big as you. Unfortunately, I couldn't protect him from brigands, but if Solis can, I hope he gives my remaining life to you. Sylvester just sat there astonished, having underestimated the effects of his voice, light, and music. It had undoubtedly moved their hearts, and now they moved his hearts, as each wished him nothing but good. All these bright mothers are so protected by the faith, yet no one is there to hear them, their cries, he thought. Lord Bard. Then something happened that he didn't expect. Great Mother Grace, formerly known as Lady Grace, one of the 5 heroes of the Thousand-Year War, came to him and kissed his forehead. Then she patted his shoulder. All bright mothers here are humans, and people seem to forget that sometimes. They see us as mere pure preachers without any wishes or needs. They forget that we've all led harsh lives and had our own battles, some physical and some within. Yet only you today brought all those emotions out. I don't know what the future holds for you, young Bard, but I hope it's the very best, because it would truly pain me, all of us, to see our son suffer. She caressed his hair and left silently, yet spoke 1,000 words unknowingly. Sylvester just sat there in amazement as he realized that he had won the support of a highly senior member of the faith just now, a person who sees him as her son now. This is it. All one needed to win over these sad women was someone to hear them out. He was in disbelief. Chapter 144, Author. That night, Sylvester realized the power in words, as he gained the unspoken loyalty of the bright mothers, and as long as he strived to help them, he could gain so much more from them. So he reckoned, why not simply extend the gifts of undergarment to all of them? However, he knew it was not a topic that women would be happy to talk with him about. So, he asked Xavia to help him by asking around for the size of the bust, and for the bright mothers who know sewing to come forward and help. But he didn't want to waste this invention on all the women for free. Of course, the Bright Mothers would get it for free, but the real market was outside. Since Bright Mothers traveled the world and preached around, they could also be the best saleswomen. However, he was not going to share with them the method to make elastic, and instead, he'd leave behind warehouses full of them to be used. At the same time, he'd share the profit between himself and the Bright Mothers so their living standards, allowances, and grants could be improved. And that was not possible without the agreement of the Great Mother. So, after tidying up, he knocked on the old woman's door. He tried his best to flush out the memory of what he saw through the window of this house years ago, however. "Lord Bard, what brings you to my door?" She appeared at the door in her sleeping gown. She didn't wear a headscarf, likely just waking up for the day. He greeted her with a standard salute. "Great Mother, I wish to discuss something with you that concerns all the Bright Mothers and possibly the prospect of bettering the lives of many women across the world." He felt awkward about what he would talk about since the Great Mother was also an old woman, but he just turned a blind eye and kept a poker face. The idea of selling undergarments may sound ridiculous, but it could generate him some little money and a lot more clout, so why not? After a few moments of contemplation, she invited him in. "In that case, come in. Have you eaten breakfast, Lord Bard?" "Thank you, and yes, my mother cooked me eggs and bread for it." Often, you can understand a lot about a person by how they decorate their house. So he looked around with interest and noticed a few things that insinuated a few things. First of all, the house was covered with ancient wood furniture, and second, there were too many religious items. A lot of golden and crystal showpieces were also placed around. No wonder she has all this. She was a famous war hero after all. Must have made a fortune during those years. He took a seat in the living room and placed a box in front. "My mother recently complained that her back and neck were hurting despite being physically healthy. As far as my knowledge told me, it was due to her chest size offsetting her footing. Hence, to support her body, I invented a new type of material that can stretch and return to its shape on its own. It's called elastic here, you can see it." Sylvester gave her a sample of the elastic strip. The Great Mother checked the material with interest, stretched it, and even tried to tear it apart. "Interesting. How did you make it?" "That is a trade secret. However, I was able to add this to a new type of undergarment called a bra, which I designed to help secure women's chests. It shall help women of large sizes to move around, run, and even ride horses without discomfort." He just showed her a sample of the thing and wished to end this awkward talk as quickly as possible. "It can also help the commoners since they can't afford the expensive bustier." Great Mother looked at the sample and stretched it from here and there. She was amazed but could not understand the usefulness since she had never faced the same problems. "I hope she realizes this prospect, even though she's flat." Sylvester thought and tried to stay optimistic, although he smelled the confusion on her. "You talked about bettering the lives of Great Mothers, so this will do it?" she inquired. Sylvester put forward a piece of document. "In a way, yes. Bright Mothers can make these and sell them to commoners as long as you allow. Of course, the price will be meager, but imagine the mass sale since Bright Mothers are everywhere. As long as you agree to make them and sell them, you can keep 80% of the profits. Use that profit to distribute to Bright Mothers as bonuses. Buy them better food, clothes, or even some safety equipment." Sylvester never planned to earn big from such a simple item anyway, as he estimated the profit to be too little to divide appropriately. He could make a lot more money with Mirage, regardless. In addition, he was going to create a brand instead. So every woman across the world must know who it was that helped them. So his idea was to put some sort of a mark on the items sold that would slowly create a name for him. This way, in the future, when and if he introduces other things, he can instantly win people's trust. Great Mother tried to imagine the time it would take to make something like this. We can use the trainee Bright Mothers for production, as they are mostly free after their education hours. How shall we make this elastic, however? I will leave warehouses full of them. You just need to send people to take them, Great Mother. So, what do you think? He inquired, not seeming very nervous about rejection as he'd just try and find a trustworthy noble later to get these things made. The Great Mother rubbed her chin and nodded. I can see such a thing being useful, especially for women of large sizes. I also like your idea, but I can't command the Bright Mothers to do something other than what the faith requires of them. So I must first put this forward to the administration. If they agree, we shall produce these. At least it's not a no, he sighed silently. Then I will await a response. I shall take my leave now, Great Mother. Thank you for giving me your time. May the holy light enlighten us. He saluted and walked to the door. The old woman saw him leave in confusion. How did he come up with such an idea without experiencing it himself? I can't even fathom what this would feel like. Of course, Great Mother was utterly flat, so she could only try to imagine. After his meeting, he headed to the Guild Peninsula as he needed to prepare for his next assignment and leave as soon as possible. They had already informed Lady Aurora, and she had decided to arrange for their carriage. So Sylvester just needed to get a good knight's armor since there could be a real large-scale battle this time. He was going to buy second-hand armor again as he rarely gets into close combat, and at the same time, he didn't want to waste money. I need to find an opportunity and head south again later. I must learn metal manipulation and use my spear to the fullest, he muttered dreamily. But when he arrived at the port of Guild Peninsula, a knight stopped him. Lord Bard. Sylvester sized up the man and felt he had seen him before. He brainstormed and soon remembered him as one of the two knights that escorted him and Xavier to Pitfall Town years ago. Sir Adam, he exclaimed, sounding unsure. The knight saluted with arms crossed on his chest. I am Lord Bard. May I talk to you in private? What does he want? Sylvester walked a little closer to the knight and smelled the emotions, and instantly he was hit by a strong hint of sadness. What happened to him? Let's sit at the food house, Sylvester suggested, and the two soon took seats by the tables outside a shop. In no time, they also had glasses of hot flavored milk in hand, a famous drink there in the morning. He waited for the knight to speak while analyzing the body language. He has let his sword dangle with no care, and his shoulders have fallen. As you may remember, my full name is Adam Silvereye, and Archpriest Aidan Silvereye was my younger brother. Sylvester's mood instantly turned for the worse, and the smile on his face disappeared. I'm sorry for what happened. Aidan was a good archpriest, but was held hostage by the false clergy masquerading there. Sylvester was instantly reminded of Aidan Silvereye, the archpriest from Sphinx Town, who was forcefully kept there. The archpriest who gave him the key to that underground passage. Can you tell me about how he was and his end? The last time I saw him was 5 years ago, Sir Adam asked in sorrow. Now, Sylvester knew that the man likely died an excruciating death after being burnt in the fire, but he chose to lie. He died in a fire, likely very quickly, however. He was a great man, Sir Adam. He helped me in my missions. Why couldn't you save him? Sir Adam asked. Sylvester quickly clarified before the hate could rise. I was not there before the refugees attacked the town. Instead, I was in the mountains, fighting the bloodling with every inch of my life. Yes, the official excuse for the destruction of Sphinx Town was that it was destroyed and ransacked by the refugees coming from the Sorrow Kingdom. Sylvester even felt that this was a deliberate excuse meant to hurt the refugees, as they would not be seen with kindness anymore. Most barons and towns will be hostile towards them now. This would mean the refugees would be forced to run around and not go directly toward the Holy Land. Sir Adam nodded and stood up. Thank you for telling me this, Lord Bard. I disturbed you, so please forgive me. Sylvester saw the man leave without hearing his reply, but he just sighed as he felt the world was so small. Two brothers a whole profession apart, and he met both. Ped. Felix appeared behind him. What are you doing here? Sylvester took a long, calming breath, paid for the milk, and moved out. Let's go. I want to buy a lot of paper. What for? Felix asked. I have decided to write a book. Felix got excited. Whoa, what will be the name? Will there be something about hymns or our journeys? But it was none of them. Its title will be The Devil's Manifesto. Chapter 145, Art. The Devil's Manifesto. What is that supposed to be about? Sylvester didn't explain. Instead, just give him the following few words in the book title. The full name is The Devil's Manifesto, From Faith to a Wraith. The book will be about how some clergymen fall from faith and commit sin in the name of Solis. What is the aim of this book? Felix asked. Sylvester didn't answer truthfully, however, just to educate the masses and create an image among the masses that I stand against corruption in the church and with the masses instead. That's the only way they may one day accept a young pope, but I need to somehow mass produce these books. Sweet, if I ever write a book, it will have me be a 7-foot-tall, mighty man on whom women throw themselves at. Felix babbled. To stab you because of how hideous you are, Sylvester added, taking a jibe. Felix's brows twitched, but he didn't get angry. No, my virgin princess, it's to get my mighty seed. Sylvester, disgusted, decided just to ignore this young boy's horniness. He was too excited to be able to go and work near his homeland. They walked through the crowded streets, full of life as the various shops did their business, and folks went in and out from time to time. There were clergymen, bright mothers, and armor-clad adventurers as well. The Guild Peninsula was a place to have fun and spend money, the only place for the formal life of clergymen to become fun. They soon walked into a bookshop and bought 300 parchments. In total, all that cost him around 5 gold graces, nearly 1/4 of his salary. Paper is truly so expensive, he muttered, and also bought a holder for the pages, made of leather and resembling a journal. Felix shrugged and also bought 100 pages with his filthy rich pockets. He wished to write a book about his life as well. Whether it resonated with the actual facts or not was something only time would tell. After buying paper, they headed to the second-hand armor shop and found Gabriel waiting for them in front of it. What took you so long? I've been waiting for an hour, Gabriel barked, seeing them. Felix scoffed. You uncultured fools shan't understand the hobbies of us learned men. We were preparing to write the chronicle of our life. Gabriel looked at Sylvester. One of those days. Sylvester nodded. Let's go in. We need to prepare to head out quickly before the two counts start fighting. It's a high-profile case since a countess was murdered and R**ped. The three walked into the big shop and started to look around. Most of the armor there belonged to men who had discarded them or had died at the hands of thieves or in a battle. The market for second-hand armors was actually larger than the recently made ones. I'm going to get this one. It looks good with my hair. Sylvester noticed a golden armor with questionable blood stains on it and decided to take it. It was light armor with good torso guards, waist plates, knee guards, and sabatons. It looked a bit rusty, but he reckoned a little polish would be enough. His wish was to not stand out too much anyway, at least not at the beginning of a fight, since it would lose him the element of surprise. Gabriel, get yourself some upgrades too. This time the assignment may involve skirmishes or a field battle. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, Felix cheered instantly, pumped for finally finding an opportunity to showcase his knightly talents, the part he was good at. It had been months, and he was a bit disappointed in himself because he never got to do anything. It was always Sylvester saving the day with his brain and magic, so he just wished to do something on his part. After all, even if he was not as bright as Sylvester, He was still a God's favored and a sanctum inspector. He was not a dumb man but just acted goofy to lighten up the mood. Otherwise, living would be too dull. Sylvester didn't tell Felix to get armor since he was sponsored by his family with powerful, well-made and ruined armor. But there was something that Sylvester needed from Felix. Did your brother write back to you? We need the shipment as quickly as possible. Even if they get it to us on our way, it's fine. Felix showed a thumbs up. Don't worry. My brother said the items would be dropped in Pitfall Town. We just need to reach it in time. Sylvester nodded in relaxation. Felix's elder brother was the point of contact for Sylvester to buy the various precious crystals illegally with his black money. Since it was Felix, they had already decided that they'd never ask where the money came from. After all, in the end, those crystals had saved their lives many times by now. Let's head back then. We need to plan for this mission. Sylvester went to pay the shopkeeper, an old blacksmith. The funny part was that the whole armor cost him less than the 300 pieces of parchment. Why not check with the guild as well? Maybe we can do a few quests on our way and make some money, Gabriel suddenly suggested. That made the two boys laugh as initially, Gabriel was against the idea of double work as he felt it'd be in conflict with the faith's interests. But since Gabriel had seen the benefits of having a little more gold, he was now fully complicit. Sylvester agreed. Let's head to the Sacred Arms Guild then. So they arrived at the largest castle-like building in the Guild Peninsula. Sacred Arms Guild being the biggest guild in the world. It boasted of having some of the strongest guild members in any place, with a few members going as strong as the Grand Wizards, but none got as close as the last ranks. The quest board is too big. Let's check a segment each and return here with the quests that will all be on our way. Sylvester suggested the two. Sylvester went to the left side and started to look at various quests. He could also go to the reception and ask there directly, but there was too much crowd gathered, so he remained away. Soon enough, he found a quest that made him grin ear to ear. Haha, that Count Jardel has actually put forward a quest to catch his wife's killer. Great, I can make him pay me for just doing my job then. He looked for a few more quests around there and noticed one from Duke Grimton of Duchy of Colorwood region. It was about killing a boar infestation in the fields, but since the money was too low and the task too beneath him, he ignored it. Why are all these quests so bad? Chopping wood, hunting thieves, killing animals, helping dig wells. All of the tasks were just little meaningless ones. He reckoned the more dangerous ones were kept with the reception, since the guild had learned its lesson, after his cave incident years ago, to not put any USB quests on the common board. So he walked to the reception, but to get ahead of the crowd, he just used his right hand and created a beam of light, as if a bearded old man was splitting the sea. He split the crowd and walked forward. The adventurers just bowed their heads in respect, as they didn't really have any other option. The church's matters come first in the Holy Land. May I get the list of all the quests in the region of Duchy of Colorwood of Duchy of Zon? He asked the pretty woman at the counter. She obviously knew who Sylvester was as he was a regular there, so she picked a booklet from underneath her table with loosely kept parchments, then opened one section and showed it. These are all the ones, Lord Bard. Are you going to be headed that way? He nodded and looked at the list. This time he found some really juicy ones, which paid anywhere from 1,000 to 10,000 gold graces. All right, another investigation for murder. Another one. I should not take another murder investigation as it may be seen as a conflict of interest. He looked further and noticed a few strange requests. Baron Strongarm offers 500 coins to anyone who can defeat him in physical wrestling. This is easy money. But he didn't stop and looked for a few more. However, only disappointment got to him as there were no nearby quests. Well, it'll just be wrestling then. He took the paper and moved back to let the crowd do whatever they were doing and returned to Gabriel and Felix. Both of them seemed to have some papers in their hands. Felix first shoved a few at him. I found one asking us to hunt a great lion for a noble and another asking to repair houses. Sylvester instantly rejected all of them. I will not hunt a lion just for some noble's fun. As for repairing the house, we can't do it. They will not pay us after work since we're clergymen and service is our duty. Gabriel put away the papers after hearing it. Well, I got one that is asking to clean Pitfall Town sewer's rat infestation. We'll take it. What? We can't hunt lions, but will we enter sewers to kill rats? What's that all about? Felix barked. Sylvester, however, knew the importance of keeping the rat infestation in check, for the Middle Ages were full of teachings. Rats bring disease and can start a plague, my friend. Don't worry, we will use some higher spells to wipe clean all the rats without entering the sewers. They headed back to Pope's Peninsula after that to end their preparation. Sylvester also had to fix things about the production of the undergarments. He didn't know if the Great Mother could get permission, so the least he could do was help Xavia before leaving. "Ah, Lord Bard, is that you?" Sylvester turned back on his way as soon as they arrived on Pope's Peninsula. He noticed an old man in a noble's toga, but he could not remember who it was. "It's me, Lee de Loveland. I must say you have grown quite marvelously. Do you mind if I paint a portrait of you as a grown young man?" Like a light bulb lit up, he remembered the man. "Ah, Baron Loveland, how are you? And is the portrait going to cost me?" "Oh, I can't take money from you, Lord Bard. I just want to encapsulate your majesty with my brush." "Let's do it then." Sylvester was all on board. He needed these portraits for the future after all. So all of them moved to the place Loveland was making his paintings. It was just a small amphitheater in the Pope's Peninsula where some clergymen would sit to bask in the sunlight and share their ideas. Sylvester donned his armor and stood like a good model for the portrait. "Lord Bard, can you please make the halo as well, and also hold the sword in front of you?" Loveland asked. Sylvester's weapon of choice was a spear, but he got the sword with the armor, so he used it and placed it in front of him, its tip resting on the ground. Then he started to sing a hymn under his breath and let the artist make art. But the clergy that was resting nearby soon circled around Sylvester, and before anyone knew it, they started chanting some hymns that once Sylvester sang. The scent of high worship also hit his senses. He was startled by this, however. "This is amazing. I never knew I was this famous." "Makesy is so famous," Muraj muttered while resting on his shoulder plate. Sylvester just nodded and whispered back, "Yes, but I hope there is no hidden cost attached to it." Chapter 146, So It Begins. The portrait turned out very nicely by the end of the day. Sylvester just took it and headed home to show it to Xavia. She loved to collect anything Sylvester related. But as he arrived, he noticed a few clergymen were also climbing the stairs and stopped in front of his apartment's door. He instantly turned serious and prepared to react if anything happened. "How may I help you?" He walked up to them. From their rank plates, all of them were master wizards, and according to their mitre, one was a bishop while the other were archpriests. "Lord Bard." They all saluted him simultaneously as if Sylvester was their senior. Just then, Xavia also opened the door and looked at the crowd of men with suspicion, until Sylvester came forward and stood in front of the door like a wall. "Yes, that's me. I'm Bishop Kenward from the administration office. We are delighted to inform you that your promotion has been accepted, and I am to commission you as an archpriest by handing you the new identity and mitre." Sylvester's mood turned better instantly. "Then come in, Bishop. I was going to leave for my next assignment in a few days, so I appreciate you coming quickly." In the house, in the living room, the identification was handed over to Sylvester first, and the old one was burnt. Then the old mitre was taken, and Archpriest's mitre was put on Sylvester's head. As an archpriest, You are by law to be called sire by commoners, Bishop informed him. But we all know commoners have no sense of rank and call everyone lord. Sylvester agreed as he signed a parchment the bishop brought, officially making him an archpriest. Now, as he was an archpriest from the Holy Land, the headquarters of the faith, he had higher authority over all archpriests outside the Holy Land, such as those overseeing a monastery or such. It was a little ceremony for the promotion. The real deal happens when one becomes a bishop, because then they officially become a part of the senior clergy of the church. As it was already turning night, the bishop and his assistants soon left for Sylvester to celebrate alone. He relaxed in the chair and looked at the identification. I should be able to become a bishop by the end of this year, as long as I do a good job. Don't force yourself too hard, dear. Xavier walked behind him and started caressing his hair, massaging it. Sylvester just melted in his seat as he felt ticklish and relaxed. I must force myself to reach greater heights, Mum. That's the only way to stay relevant and important in the eyes of the clergy for me, he replied and enjoyed the massage. She sighed and silently massaged. She felt useless to some extent, as the most she could do to help Sylvester was just talk. Sylvester grabbed her hand and made her walk over and sit on the chair beside his. He had worked for her this time, as he had also stepped into the great game. Mum, I have decided to try and become the Pope seriously. I make no promises or guarantees that I can, but I shall give it my best. But I can't do it alone. I will need allies and people I can trust, influential people in power and rank. You are already a superintendent healer, and the better you work, the higher you will go. So I was hoping you could help me gain influence over bright mothers. I wish to turn them into my information network. Not for spying, of course, but just for information collection. To make a list of what's happening in parts of the world. If there was a murder, robbery, heresy, or a rumor about a noble. Xavier didn't fluster and instead firmly nodded. What must I do, Max? Not much. You just need to ensure that the bright mothers feel optimistic about me. Remember, mental ideologies are not forged after one discussion. It's built on the back of years or hints, and that's what you must do. I shall from now on tell you all about my outstanding achievements, and you must subtly tell them to others and spread the word. You are a healer too. Maybe tell stories about me to young orphans who shall one day join the clergy. I need the people to think of my name as a legend. Of course, I will also push things from my end by inventing a few things, but word of mouth must come from bright mothers as people already believe you all. Sylvester's words resonated in her mind, and instantly she tried to think of how she could achieve the things that Sylvester asked her. She already knew a lot of bright mothers who were known to gossip, and she met young orphans and patients every day. Max, is this legal? She asked. He nodded and also shrugged. Mum, it's perfectly normal. The bright mothers already preach the name of the Lord. And remember, what I am doing is for the sake of the faith, because as of right now, I have seen so much darkness and corruption in the Holy Land that the future looks too bleak. Xavier trusted him and his plans, having taken the lesson from the last incident where she tried to plan things. I will do all I can, Max, but please guide me whenever you feel I must do something in a particular way. I don't know how to do everything you ask me to, but I will learn. Not your fault. It's not a month's work to become a spy. It takes years, blood, and a lot of backstabbing to get to where I am, he thought. Anyway, let's stop talking about all this. He changed the topic and held her hand in his. Tell me about your life. How is everything going? Are you facing any trouble at work? Xavier's heart felt like it was exploding, sensing his concern and love for her. She tightened the grip on his hand and nodded vigorously. Yes, I am fine, dear. Work is also good, and the Great Mother takes special care of us. She may be very strict and sometimes scary, but she treats all of us as if we're her daughters and sisters. If any clergyman misbehaves with us, they get the hell in return. Sylvester bobbed his head and just listened to her. He knew she likely had nobody to talk to about her personal problems, and if left like that, it could lead to a lot of mental frustration. But he was thankful to the church for at least being good at one thing, which was caring for the safety of the Bright mothers. The church's no-nonsense policy was brilliant, as apparent by their willingness to erase the house of account. He listened to her and replied in between until late at night, past midnight. She had so many stories to tell and people she met over time. He didn't feel bored or annoyed due to this, however. After all, he may just like her and respect her as his mother in this world. But for Xavier, just like Murej, he was the entire world. Over the coming 4 days, Sylvester, Felix, and Gabriel trained with Lady Aurora every day. They were nowhere near getting any better, however, and they just get beaten up before being healed. But the undergarment work came out nicely, despite Great Mother Grace's inability to get permission in time. So he decided to only hand over the ones he made for Xavier and leave for the assignment. I can't believe I am using my mechanical engineering degree to make bras, he muttered as he put the final clip for the bra to maintain its front size. He also made a few more and decided to let Xavier distribute them to women she deemed were of similar size as her. But he didn't talk about her size anymore and just handed it over. Though he needed to demonstrate how they could use it, for which he enticed Felix with the promise of Xavier's cooking. Still, the tall, mighty wizard knight from Sandwall felt utterly embarrassed as he stood in the living room with a bra on his robes. At the same time, Sylvester showed Xavier how it's used. There are hooks at the back which you can use to adjust the tightness around your midriff. Then you see these little metallic hooks at the front over the 2 thin straps coming down from the shoulder. You can adjust their length according to the size required. You may feel discomfort initially, so I have brought some herbal skin powder you can use, he explained to her in the least sexual words possible. Xavier wrote everything down while seeing. Then finally, she was handed over a box full of similar bras. Keep these, Mum. You can hold on to 7 of them and give the rest of the 30 to other Bright mothers you feel can benefit from it. She took it and put it in the safe in her bedroom. Don't worry, Max, I will take care of them. By the way, when will you return this time? Sylvester had to leave for Pitfall Town quickly now. About a month or 2. It depends on how fast I can find the killer and stop the war. But don't worry, I'm not dealing with anything supernatural this time. Tisk, you jinxed yourself now, Felix barked from behind. Xavier hugged him and handed him a jar of cookies, as always. I will be waiting with more of these. Then she went to Felix and hugged him as well and handed him a jar too. She knew the boy didn't have a mother, and her being a Bright mother, her motherly instincts flared up for Felix. You too, dear. Felix was in a daze after receiving her hug and good luck. Then instantly he smiled like there was no tomorrow. Yes, Mother Xavier, and don't worry about Max, I shall protect him with my life. She chuckled and patted Felix's head. Thank you, dear, but take care of yourself too. Well, see you later, Mum. Sylvester picked up his luggage and moved out. Both of them proceeded to the School of Dawn, where Gabriel, Sir Dalaran, and Lady Aurora were to meet. Max. However, as they reached midway, they noticed Gabriel coming to them, running and panting as if his life depended on it. You two are urgently called to the administration office. Lady Aurora and Sir Dalaran were called too. What the hell happened now? Sylvester frowned and didn't have good feelings about it. Take our luggage to the carriage then, we will meet you there. Sylvester handed over the items. Felix did the same, and both made a run for the administration office not far away. As they arrived, they noticed a lot of other Sanctum inspectors were there. Not only that, but the Holy Army's commanders and inquisitors were also present, along with hundreds of other clergymen. What's happening? Felix muttered. Soon they were directed to head to the great hall of the building, where sometimes large-scale events occur. from large-scale award ceremonies to rituals. As they reached it, they saw a vast crowd had gathered there. Clergymen from all sorts of departments were there, each being ranked high enough to be in charge of something. Thankfully, there were people guiding them to their respective sections, so they soon reached the Sanctum Inspectors section and took seats among the old men. At the end of the hall was a small stage on which stood first, third, fifth, and 10th guardians of light in a row, facing the crowd. In front of them stood all the Sanctum Council members, and then finally at the frontmost was the Pope, looking at everyone settling down. Saint Wazir and all the other clergy members on the stage were standing in full attire with the mitre. Not only that, but they were also wearing light armor over their robes. Slowly, all the noise and movement stopped in the hall as everyone took a seat. Then, Saint Wazir came forward instead of the Pope to speak to all. Attention to all, this announcement holds great importance for the future of the faith. All of you are members with the authority and power to decide certain things. Henceforth, your responsibility will be to ensure there arises no possibility of heresy. The man then unrolled a parchment pasted on red silk and announced it even louder. On the 7th day of the first month of the year 5117 of the Lord, as authorized by the Pope, signed by the Council. Against the creatures of the dark that endanger our realm, bloodlings that have plagued our lands. Around the world, to the faithful's aid, I pronounce the commencement of the 7th Holy Crusade. Chapter 147, Bard at Work. The entire hall erupted in audible murmurs as they digested the announcement. A crusade was a massive matter because it could be violent and vast. So many people participate in it, and it could last for years at a time. Besides, the crusade gives the church absolute power over the ruling of kingdoms. Except for the kings and dukes, the church can at any time kill a noble as long as they are proven to be heretics at the order of an archbishop. Silence, the Pope boomed this time, appearing serious as his eyes seemed bloodshot red for some reason. In response, those sitting at the front shuddered, and the others shut up quickly. The Pope then elaborated on the reasons behind the crusade and its implications. All of you must learn why we have taken such a step first. This time, the crusade is not against heresy, which means no crusader shall be allowed to harm any human or believer. But do not forget, this time, the crusade is against the bloodlings. As you all may know, the bloodlings appear at the places of death, where once a large war took place, and dead bodies got buried. Unfortunately, there are plenty of such sites due to the 1,000-year war. Hence, we must kill as many bloodlings as possible because if they are left, they will only get stronger in time and be a hurdle in our fight against the Anti-Light and the heathens of the East. In fact, the war has already begun. We have received a confirmed report that the Anti-Light's head and his minions ambushed the 8th Guardian of Light, Lady Melina Blackbourne, and killed her in a devastating fight. Naturally, this is a direct challenge to the Church, and we must give a befitting reply. But we cannot leave issues such as bloodlings behind for that. The Pope looked at a few faces in the hall, Sylvester being one of them. Then he made the next announcement. But, as we all know, the past crusades have been a shame on our names. They have tainted the faith like no other, as crusaders thought they could do anything with their emergency powers. They left a trail of death wherever they went, pillaging, *ping, and destroying the towns and villages they desired. But no more. The Sanctum Inspectors shall be given special oversight authority over the crusades. They shall investigate any report of wrongdoing, and if found guilty, they shall have the authority to invoke justice in my name and deal with the perpetrators. If necessary, they shall kill a single crusader, or 1,000. So remember this, and be sure to spread the word, for I will not tolerate any indecency. The Pope scanned the hall with a threatening gaze. I say this only once. We are the faith of Solis, and our duty is to spread the light. Our duty is to stay upright and help those in plight. So you must stand for what is right, or don't mind me when you fail to wake up from that dark night." A few souls hiding some darkness within that hall shuddered at the Pope's proclamation. Indeed, this time the crusade was different. They were not meant to interact with people. Hence, if they inflicted any harm to a town or a village, then by default, the crusaders would pay the price. Saint Wazir walks forward again. "Now, you must return to your departments and brief your subordinates about what you heard here. Be clear and precise. Ensure they don't get the wrong idea and know the slight's price." Dismissed. Everyone started to get up quickly and move out. But when Sylvester looked around, it turned out none of the sanctum inspectors stood up. He reckoned there was something more for them here. Sure enough, only the Pope, guardians, sanctum council, and sanctum inspectors were left after the hall was emptied. Saint Wazir, as the overall head of the inspectors, called them forward towards the stage. "All of you have a much greater task now than before, but you must still keep doing your regular duties since they are essential. And simultaneously, you need to handle the Crusaders. Inquisitor High Lord will be directing the overall crusade, but he can't have eyes and ears everywhere. So from now, you will write 2 reports in case of an accident with a Crusader. 1 report shall reach me, and the other shall reach the Inquisitor High Lord. Any questions?" Sylvester raised his hand instantly. "Respected Saint, how are we to fight if we encounter a large group of unruly crusaders? Let's say 100. Saint Wazir chuckled. "If anything, they need to fear you, Archpriest. But I understand your concerns. That is why, for the duration of the crusade, all of you are allowed to form a team of 20 knights and wizards. You shall lead them around and instill justice. If you feel that the situation is still out of your control, you merely need to order the nearest Inquisitor camps." Sylvester was already thinking about the names of those he would take with him. After all, he knew a few old gods' favored kids from his school days. They were still talented even if they had dropped out of the class. The Pope gave them his blessings after that, as well as a parchment each. "This parchment holds my seal, and you shall be working in my name. I hope I hear no words of you tarnishing my reputation, or else the one to deal with you won't be Saint Wazir." A few inspectors gulped their saliva and saluted quickly. Then they all received the parchments and were let go. "Wait, Archpriest Sylvester," the Pope called suddenly. "Rest of you leave, including the guardians and the saints." Sylvester looked around and noticed the gazes of envy from other inspectors, even the smell of jealousy. While from guardians, the Inquisitor High Lord nodded at him. The old grandpa monk showed him a thumbs up with a grin. Lady Aurora winked at him, and only the first guardian showed hostility for some reason. Soon, only Sylvester and the Pope were left in the giant hall, where now their voices echoed. "Congratulations, young bard. You finally stepped up a ladder, and I hope you step up magic rank too." The Pope walked up to Sylvester and patted his shoulder. "What does he want now? What are you plotting now, old boy?" Sylvester wondered as he smiled falsely. "Thank you, your holiness. I believe I am just half a step away from a rank cup, and with more challenges so apparent now, I think I will get better soon." The Pope nodded and walked around, looking at the various beautiful carvings on the hall's walls. "Faith is going through a tough time, son. We need you more than any time before." May. Darkness is shrouding the world. Antilight, bloodlings, heathens of the East, some nobles on the brink of wars, the internal schemes and plots. As the Pope, I try to balance everything and ensure one does not become such a big problem that all others are forced to be ignored. This crusade could either be the best thing in a century or the worst. It all depends on how the crusaders work. For this, I need your help, as it's a known fact your hymns can soothe souls and remind one of their vows to Solis. So, from now on, every time you meet with a crusader group or camp, please try to bask them in your warmth of light and hymns. Maybe it will remind them not to lose their way, not let their hearts sway. A good idea. I can surely get some followers and spread my name with this opportunity. For the Lord chose me as his bard, it's my duty to be the light's guard. I will do my best, your holiness. He saluted. Nicely spoken, young bard. I reckon you were on your way out just now. I wish you success in your assignment. We cannot afford a war between two duchies of the same kingdom. Sylvester left silently. He found Sir Dalaran and Felix waiting for him out there. Let's go, we're already delayed by hours now. He quickened his steps towards the School of Dawn. What did the Holy Father say to you? Felix asked curiously, not to mention a hint of envy in the air. So Sylvester truthfully replied, not much. He just wants me to sing some songs to crusaders from time to time, so they don't sway and get reminded of their oaths. For the Archpriest Sylvester, the singer of the church, if you were not a clergyman, you could have been so famous and surrounded by pretty ladies. Just imagine. Sylvester rolled his eyes as he had no interest in women. His only lust was for power. Stop imposing your fetishes onto me, young man. Also, I am an archpriest now, so you better respect my authority. Sir Dalaran sang the exact words as Sylvester. Archpriest is correct, Priest Felix. At least in public, you can no longer call him by his direct name or short name, or that would send the wrong message. Felix scowled, the jealousy increasing more, but it was not a threatening type of jealousy. Yeah, our rich fat Lord Bard shall get his due respect now. HMPH, I should have filed for a promotion as well. You'd have likely gotten it, Sir Dalaran blurted. Instantly, Felix stopped in his tracks and got left behind a few steps. Sylvester laughed and looked back. You truly are one stupid lad. I thought you got rejected, so you never told me in shame, but you didn't even try. Nobody told me to try. Nobody told me either, Sylvester exclaimed as he held his laughter. Let's go. You will receive the promotion once we return. Let's hurry now. We need to reach a small town to spend the night on our way. That won't be necessary, Archpriest, Sir Dalaran interjected. And the man was absolutely right. When Sylvester finally arrived at the location of their carriage, he was shocked to see the monstrosity of a carriage in front of him. It was less like a carriage and more like a small house, with wooden walls and windows, a roof, and tons of storage. It even had 6 wheels, along with 4 horses tied to pull. What's this, pimp my ride? Sylvester muttered in question. Bam! Lady Aurora jumped from the carriage's roof and landed in front of Sylvester. She boomed excitedly. Behold, my beautiful personal carriage, the Beast is the name. Let's move now. We're locked and loaded with tons of food and water. Sylvester just stared at the thing in wonder. Isn't this too big for muddy roads? Chapter 148, The Man. Are you sure? We will be traveling through various lands, some dry and some wet. This big carriage can easily get stuck in the mud, Sylvester pointed out. But as he walked closer to check the carriage up close, he noticed a few strange lines all over the wheels and hull. In no time, he realized that it was full of runes. Forget it. Let's just go. So one can use runes this way as well. It must have cost a fortune. He had noticed runes that should be able to make the carriage wheels resist water and inflict pressure on a larger surface area for a better grip. It was a strange use of very complex runes, and the fact that it was used on such a thing made him realize he could learn so much more from Lady Aurora than just fighting. They didn't waste time anymore and got onto the carriage. Lady Aurora went into the cabin behind and took a seat near the large window, from where she could also look out and talk with Rience men. Sylvester just wanted to see the cabin before he moved out, and it seemed Lady Aurora was proud of her creation as she moved around and showcased everything. Look at the interior, polished and made of fine rosewood. There are runes placed to make the interior cool on warm days and warm in winter. There is also a storage box for keeping food fresh and also space for mattresses. Everything here has been handcrafted by me alone. What do you think?" Sylvester looked around, impressed by it, of course. There was a table in the middle as well that could be flattened to the floor. Then on the sides were cushioned benches that could be pulled forward and turned into a bed. "Let me check something," Sylvester said, and jumped heavily in the carriage. He shook his head in disappointment. "So you have not implemented the spring suspension?" "What's that?" "It's a technology I created to make the carriages more comfortable on uneven roads. It's in the inventor's registry of the church with my name on it," he revealed. He was honestly expecting that more people would have started to use the springs by now, but it seemed nobody looked into the inventor's registry that much. She seemed amused enough by that, even excited. It appeared that her hobby was making carriages or customizing them. "Really? I will have a look at it when we return. Now let's move on." Of course, she was not going to hold the reins. She was a cardinal-ranked person and a guardian out of all things. There were only 15 people with more authority than her in the clergy. As for strength, it was unknown to Sylvester. "I will help you, Lord Bard." Sir Dalaran moved out towards the Rience-man seat with Sylvester. But then Lady Aurora caught his arm and dragged him along. "You're an old man, Sir Dalaran. Come, sit with me and drink some herbal water while you tell me stories about my father. You've been with him for decades, right?" In the end, Felix and Sylvester were steering the carriage, while Gabriel was turned into the maid, tasked to prepare tea and food. He was doing it on his own accord, though, as he was too religious. Outside, Sylvester and Felix just talked about this and that. Sylvester usually liked spending time with Sir Dalaran because both were old mentally. But with Felix, he sometimes found himself talking about something extremely inappropriate. "So what are your thoughts about Henry Rockwell?" Felix asked. "The kid from school. I remember him. He was slightly above average in magic, so I invited him to become a part of my inspector unit for the crusade." Felix started coughing suddenly as if he choked on his saliva. "You don't know, he was found with another clergyman sword fighting." "Well, even if he's a wizard." "It's okay if he practices SWO." Sylvester's eyes fell on Felix's face, and he noticed the disapproval. "Ah, that kind of sword fighting. So he's gay." He did seem that type even back then, not really surprised. "And you asked him to join us?" Felix exclaimed. Sylvester sighed tiredly. "Seriously, there are pedo clergymen, and it's the gay one which bothers you. It's even secretly allowed in the clergy, bud. Not everyone has an option to leave the clergy and find a wife like you." Felix seemed discomforted. "I'm not against it, I just imagine myself and I don't like it." Sylvester nodded in agreement. For a straight man or woman, it would obviously seem strange. "Just don't think about him, Felix. You don't have to give special treatment to him or anyone. Just be frank as we were in school." "Haha, yeah. I remember him putting burning glue on Bishop Norman's chair because he scolded him for no reason. I guess he did have balls of steel. What a mad lad." Felix remembered the good old days. /N. Bishop Norman was the mentor Sylvester got killed. Like that, they traveled smoothly towards the Green City. Since the roads were wide and smooth until there, they had no problem moving fast. But after the Green City, they had to slow down. Still, they were thankful for the quest Sylvester had taken, the one about beating Baron Strongarm in wrestling. This ensured they got to at least sleep in a well-walled place. The barony lay near the end of the Colorwood Forest. So, a few hours after the sun had set, they arrived at the barony and were subsequently welcomed into the small castle of Baron Strongarm. From the first look, Sylvester felt the man's name was true to what he looked like. A 6.5-foot tall, burly man, looking more like a caveman with a long black beard and hair, but he didn't appear to be overly proud. "Who would have thought that the Lord's Bard himself would come to wrestle with me? And Lady Tenth, it is my utmost pleasure to meet you. Please, enter my little home and share supper with the family. This is my wife, by the way, my little wildflower. Sylvester nodded at that description of the woman. She was probably just 5'5", had a chubby build, and appeared beautiful from the face with her brown eyes and hair. Both looked so mismatched in size that he pitied the woman's bed life. Soon they were led inside the castle to the dining hall, where a long table was set. There were few people, just the Baron, his wife, 2 sons, and the archpriest of the local monastery. The slaves were present to cook and serve, however. Obviously, the Baron was not a dumb man and gave Lady Aurora the well-deserved respect by letting her sit in his main seat while he sat on one side, and on the other sat Sylvester, being an archpriest. "Baron, how is everything going on in your backyard?" Sylvester asked as the food was being served. He was also smelling the various scents to learn about the newcomers. The archpriest seemed nervous due to Lady Aurora. The Baroness was staring at him with worship and lust. The 2 sons didn't care, while the Baron gave sense of worship, hope, and excitement. "Lord Bard, what can I say? Count Jartle is illegally chopping the great Colorwood forest to make guard keeps. Both brothers have gone senile and refuse to listen to their dukes as well." Sylvester rubbed his shin and wondered. "Did you notice any abduction or such cases happening nearby lately? Or perhaps murder of women and R*P?" Baron shook his head firmly. R*Pes happens every month and I give punishment for those. As for murder, the last one took place 10 months back. And abductions, I have not reported any such crimes. But of course, this is just my land, Lord Bard. I do not know about my neighbors. Half-truth. What is he hiding? Sylvester instantly smelled lies, but the scent was so little that he couldn't be sure. "Lady Tenth, will you be stopping the 2 counts?" Baron asked Aurora. She silently ate her dinner, not talking since it was not her place. She was explicitly warned by the Inquisitor High Lord not to bother Sylvester in his work, and in fact, learn from it. However, she was yet to see what she was supposed to learn from a kid. "No, I am merely the archpriest's mentor for the year," she replied and got back to eating her fill. There was no more talk, however, as they were just staying for the night and wrestling. Sylvester agreed to get the fight done with the Baron early in the morning at the first sign of light. After supper, they all retreated to the assigned room and slept well. Sylvester, too, as he had learned to cherish calm nights, for he never knows when thunder strikes. Sylvester woke up before the sun smiled on the land. It was especially cold as the winter was at its peak. He took a bath and prepared to fight the Baron. He was yet to know why the man even wanted this, as he reckoned there must be enough people who could fight him. He went to Felix's room and kicked on his sleeping ass. "Get up. It's time to leave. We must end our work in Pitfall Town and reach Count Jartle before nightfall." After that he went to Gabriel's room. "Chunky, wake him up." Murad jumped to the bed and licked Gabriel's ears. Sylvester chuckled, thinking Gabriel would wake up, but what came next was the opposite. More keep doing it harder." Murad, depressed, looked at Sylvester in defeat. "Makesy," he giggles. Sylvester just picked up the cat and left the room. It was a mistake to enter. Let's go. He arrived at the little training field in the castle's backyard and found Sir Dalorum speaking with the Baroness. Lady Aurora, meanwhile, sat on the side on a chair. "What happened? Where is the Baron?" he inquired. Baroness seemed panicked. "I apologize, Archpriest. My husband has a habit of going into the forest every morning to chop wood. Why does he even want to wrestle?" he asked her out of interest. She quickly answered, You see, when my husband was merely 6, he was abducted by a plundering party of mountain tribes from Pentepak mountain range. Everyone thought he died or was eaten, but then 10 years later he returned, tall and strong, 16 years old with skills commoners would envy." That's one hell of a story, Sylvester thought. But he still didn't get his answer. How strong is he that he can't find opponents to fight? She nervously looked down and hesitantly answered, It's not that he can't find someone. It's just that most people consider him a heathen now as he lived 10 years with them. But I swear, Lord Bard, my husband's mind and soul belong to Solis." Sylvester honestly couldn't care about the man's faith, but at least he felt at peace now, finally knowing why the Baron smelled of lies the previous night at dinner. "Paya, open the gates. Baron has returned." The guards played the bugle, and the gate to the castle was opened. Sylvester went forward to fight and end the task quickly. However, he was not prepared to see the peak of manliness today. As the gates opened, the Baron walked in. Mighty tall, broad, and strong, he was naked from the top, while his bottoms were covered in animal hide. In one hand he held an axe, while with the other he held the nape of a great wolf, as big as a one-story house. In Sylvester's eyes, the man appeared manly, enormously, as the Baron dragged the dead beast into the castle grounds while his own head appeared to bleed profusely. He then left the beast and the axe before walking to Sylvester. "I apologize for the delay, Lord Bard. A little inconvenience had held me back. Let's wrestle now." Chapter 149, Pitfall Town. The wrestling match started as soon as the Baron cleaned the blood off his head. Sylvester didn't pull his punches against the Baron, however. He wanted to teach the man a lesson to not mess around because if any hateful adventurer had taken the quest and had come, he could have just killed the Baron in a legal duel. There was no point in putting one's life in unnecessary danger. If he really had so much free time and energy, then use it to help his people, spread the word of the Lord, or make bobbies. Bam! Sylvester, only in pants now, wrestled with the Baron. Thankfully, Sylvester's growth had not stunted yet, and he had grown to 6 feet 1 by now, just a bit less than the Baron. His body had well-defined muscles all over, although not buffed. "Ha!" Sylvester caught the big brute's claw-like hands and stopped him from pushing him back. Then he increased pressure from his side, pushed the Baron easily, and kept throwing the man off further and further. He was a wizard knight after all, and his physical talent was as good as his magical talent. Knights are inherently stronger in the body than anybody else, so a Baron, who was likely just at the beginning of his knight rank, was of no match, no matter what his size was. "You cannot win against a knight or a wizard, Baron Strongarm," he warned the man as he lifted him on his shoulder. "You should value your life more, not this senseless hunger for fight. Killing a great wolf is easier, for it does not think like a man. It does not scheme to bring down your house, pillage your lands." Thud! Sylvester threw the Baron away as if he was lifting a sack of grains. "You should be happy that it was I who took your offered quest. Imagine if it was someone with nefarious motives." The Baron stood back up and looked at Sylvester fiercely. "To me, it's not about fighting, Lord Bard. I am merely training my body. I understand that I am limited by the lack of talent in my body from birth. But as long as one masters the techniques to fight, a blade does always cut the skin, be it wizards or knights." "So you only wish to train?" Sylvester asked. "Why not pay to get an instructor instead?" "As you said, too much risk. To invite a man stronger than me into the castle to live for a long time is like inviting the devil into your home. As for these little quests, they are only supposed to last a single match, after which we go our own ways. But believe me, you are the only response I have received in the past 2 months. Most don't wish to travel north towards this territory as the risk is too high," Baron Strongarm explained. Sylvester greeted the Baron's strike as he clashed like a bull, but Sylvester didn't even move a flinch and stop the man. "Let's try a German suplex." He swiftly let go of the clasped hands of the Baron and moved around him. The Baron was shocked since he had never seen a move like this. It was all about fighting face to face or ambushing from hiding in the wilderness. Sylvester grabbed the Baron's waist and lifted him off over his head to the back. To Baron, everything seemed to be going in slow motion. Ay. Thud. Sylvester clapped his hands clean and looked at the man on the ground. Stay down, Baron. You cannot defeat me or fight me. The Baron laughed heartily instead. Ha, what a strange but amazing move. Who taught you this, Lord Bard? How do you know so many different techniques never seen before? You use strange grasping, kicking, and punching moves. They are fascinating. I felt like fighting a wild lion who is as smart as a man, who uses every part of his body to attack. Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. He shrugged. Experiences taught me a great many things, Baron Strongarm. You just have to learn to adapt and overcome the situation. Now, if you're done with this, I would like to take my leave. We have much important work ahead on the road. The Baron waved his hand to his side, and two slaves came dashing with his and Sylvester's upper wares. Lord Bard, I understand the hurry, and I won't delay you. However, if there is anything you need help with while stopping this conflict from expanding, you just need to ask. I may not be a strong baron personally, but my soldiers are the best in the Duchy of Colorwood. Then the Baron saluted Lady Aurora. Lady Tenth, it was a pleasure to have you stay here. Aurora nodded and moved out of the castle towards the carriage quickly. Sylvester and the rest also proceeded to follow, but Sylvester didn't forget to get the well-deserved reward first. Otherwise, their time here was a waste. Thank you for your visit, Lord Bard, and I have decided to consider what you said. Indeed, if some vile man had taken the quest, then by law he could have killed me in a legal duel. What would have happened to my land and wife? The Baron spoke as he handed over a silk pouch full of gold coins. Sylvester patted the man's shoulder and replied in a rhyme. Remember to respect not just yourself, but also those around, for you are a man of noble authority. Your mind is supposed to be profound. May the holy light enlighten your paths, Baron. The Baron crossed his arms and saluted. You too, Lord Bard. However, as Sylvester was leaving, he remembered something. One more thing. A seventh crusade has been started, but it's not against the heretics or humans this time. This time it's against the rise of bloodlings around the world. So, if you face any misbehavior from crusaders, write to me, the Saint Wazir, or even the Inquisitor High Lord. The crusaders are by law not allowed to trouble the people this time. Thank you for the early warning. Sylvester left with that and took the seat beside Felix. The horses got whipped, and they moved towards the pitfall town not too far away. As they left, the Baroness came to her husband and scaredly uttered, I told him about you, that the people see you as a heathen. The Baron seemed amazed by that. Yet he didn't disrespect me or act disgusted. He is a respectable man. Anyway, let's go in now, my wife. It's time to teach you some wrestling as well. As the team moved north, the wind became chilly, and the Pentepak mountain range in the great distance became clear to the sight, covered in the snow and shining under the bright sunlight. It was mesmerizing and also belittling, to say the least. Soon, they reached the outskirts of Pitfall Town and noticed light snowfall around the area, making everything look muddy. But it appeared that the donation he had made the last time years ago was used for good. The roads inside the town were well paved. This brings back memories. Sir Dalaram hummed from his seat in the back near the window. It had been 12 years since their last visit to the place, and nothing appeared to have changed. On the contrary, the town looked as poor as before, except for the lack of muddy roads and the empty streams due to the cholera outbreak. This time the streets were full of people, as their large carriage moved between the rows of two-story houses. The people stopped and looked with interest, as such a large carriage was an extreme rarity. It was not a common sight in the whole world. It was not even common in the Holy Land. Let's just go to the monastery and conduct our business. I hope your brother has sent the men with all the items. Sylvester pointed in the direction he still vividly remembered. After all, how could he forget the first time he met an elf here, albeit the end was not so palatable. Soon they reached the monastery. It appeared the same as before, castle-like with pointy roofs, but it was not damaged like the last time anymore. Instead, it seemed out of place since it was too good to look at compared to the rest of the town. Lady Aurora stepped out first and moved towards the gates of the monastery. Of course, the priests had also come running out due to all the voices outside, followed by the archpriest of the monastery. The clergymen were confused about who this noble, armor-wearing, pretty woman was, but they dared not speak as she had a natural aura of authority. Sylvester also stepped beside her and asked the men, "Where is Archpriest Ronald?" An old clergyman walked forwards and introduced himself. I am the new archpriest, name's Milan. Archpriest Ronald passed away a year ago due to a lung infection. Who might you be, respected men and women of faith?" "So he died, well, good riddance." Sir Dalaram informed them of their names and ranks, as it didn't seem right to boast about oneself. "You stand before the 10th guardian of light, Thunderfall. While that is God's favored, Archpriest Sylvester Maximilian, famously known as the Bard of the Lord, and the other is God's favored, Priest Felix Sandwall, Sword of the Lord. While I am Sir Dalaram, Inquisitor Commander, and behind me is Priest Gabriel." The priests and the Archpriest Milan nearly coughed out blood in shock at so many famous or influential clergy arriving there. The Archpriest especially started to shiver, as he wondered what wrong he had committed. As you can see, I have kept the monastery as pristine as possible. I pray to the Lord 10 times a day and preach his name to the people with my priests." Sylvester nodded and looked around. The people of the pitfall were the same, after all. He smiled at the crowd as they gathered around to see the new arrivals. Then, like he did when he was a child, he raised his right hand, spread the warmth of light, and then spoke the last 2 lines of the long hymn he sang to them at that time. "This servant hopes that this will heal those scarred. With your open hearts, accept this sermon by the Lord's bard." The people, some of the old ones especially, slowly felt their eyes widen, and without any delay, they fell to their knees and started chanting just like the last time. "The bard has come to see us again. Long live Lord Maximilian! Long live Lord Maximilian!" Sylvester waved his hand. "I am delighted that you remember me, people of Pitfall Town. I hope your wells never went foul again. I am here for some small work for the church. I will leave in a few hours, but this place shall forever have my blessings." The people thanked him and prayed. Sylvester then moved into the monastery with the rest and looked at the newly renovated interior. It all seemed too clean. Who maintains this place? The archpriest proudly pointed to a man in the distance, who was mopping the floor while humming Sylvester's hymn from years ago. "We took that boy in some time ago since he seemed highly motivated to work. He cleans everything in the monastery as a trainee deacon." But Sylvester noticed something else, something he recognized. Black hair, a black beard, and the only difference being the patched clothes were now changed with good trainee clergy clothes. Dungface. Chapter 150, Fine Sand. Dungface. When Sylvester exclaimed, the man turned around and recognized him in a heartbeat. Dungface didn't speak much, however, so he just walked to Sylvester and knelt as if he prayed to God. Dungface thanked Big Lord. Sylvester knew that the man was mentally slow, so he didn't try to correct him. Instead, he forced him to stand up as he felt nothing but pure, unadulterated worship from him. "Thank me. Why?" "Dungface dirty. Big Lord give money for new clothes." I remembered ordering the last archpriest to get him new clothes, but this much gratitude, this is craziness." Sylvester thought and tried to guess what Dungface was thinking, but soon gave up as it was impossible to read someone like him. "It's good to see you. I hope you're eating well and living well." He patted the man's shoulders. Dungface smiled ear to ear, appearing more innocent than a child. Dungface work, eat, pray, and sleep. Very happy. Good, keep up the work. Sylvester excused himself and walked back to the Archpriest Milan. We shall rest here for a few hours before heading east. Did you send out a request for the extermination of rats? We took that request as it lay in our way. The Archpriest nodded. Yes, Lord Bard, I will send someone to show you the way. You need not worry about me. I was here years ago. Lady Aurora shall rest here until then, however. Actually, I won't. I shall be accompanying you, Archpriest Sylvester, she interjected. How will I do the transaction now? I guess I'll have to use Felix's name. That settles it then. You need not worry about any of us, Archpriest Milan. We will finish our work and leave quickly. You just prepare lunch for us. He ordered as he was a senior despite being of the same rank just because he worked for the Holy Land directly, the headquarters. We shall prepare a feast, Lord Bard, Lady Tenth. Sylvester stopped him. No, just prepare normal food. We're not here to celebrate anything. We shall see you in a few hours then. Also, announce in the town that everyone must stay away from the sewers until night. They all quickly left to find the sewer opening in the town and exterminate all the rats as soon as possible. Dungface, is that truly his name? Lady Aurora asked in ridicule. Sylvester remembered what the old archpriest had told him. His parents named him that. He's a bit slow in the head. He's a retard, Felix blurted. Well, even a sane man can be retarded. No, he was born with a mental deficiency. He used to work on his parents' farm and clean the cowshed. They used to beat him, so the monastery took him in and cared. Honestly, one of the only few things the last archpriest did. Gabriel prayed to the Lord under his breath as they walked. He's an innocent soul stuck in an imperfect body. May the Lord have mercy on him. There it is, Sir Dalarum exclaimed as they arrived outside the town towards the west. It was a large hole on the ground, with a metal gate with small holes in it. The smell, Felix clenched his nose. Sylvester instead used a magic rune and placed it around the sewer entrance. Then it gushed the wind away from them, taking away most of the foul odor. Don't tell me we will go in there, Gabriel asked. Sylvester had already started to work, however. No, we won't, because I came prepared to kill them all without taking a step inside. Just relax there and watch me. Bam! Sylvester took the lid off of the hole and exposed the entrance. It was a deep pitch-black pit as far as he could see, and appeared to have overgrown fungus all around near the opening. Also, the odor was vomit-inducing. But Sylvester had scented worse, thanks to his damn blessing. Stand back now, I'm going to use acid poison, he ordered them all. After that, he placed a small fire pit near the entrance and put some wood on it. Then he took out a flask from his bag containing some red boiling liquid. He then poured it on the wood and lit a fire. The smoke that was produced also had bright red smoke. Sylvester quickly used his magic to direct the smoke into the sewer shaft. In an instant, its effects became visible as all the fungus started to disappear, and the neat and clean surface of the sewer appeared. I need help. Sir Dalarum and Felix, come here and direct the smoke into the shaft. Beware, however, do not inhale it or your insides will melt, he ordered the two. Once the two took their place, Sylvester stepped on the other side of the opening and aimed his right hand towards it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Runes appeared underneath his hand made of light. Then he let the floodgates open. Like a river stream, the water came from the rune scheme at an explosive speed and poured into the sewer. In an instant, it got mixed with the smoke and turned into bright red water. It flooded the entire sewer system, and Sylvester didn't stop until he felt the water had started to log itself in there. For the next 15 minutes, he kept pushing water into the sewers. Thankfully, it was a sunny day, so they didn't feel as tired that fast. Gab, when I say you end the fire by using the earth element and making an airtight lid on it, Sylvester ordered. He didn't ask Lady Aurora for help, as he knew she was not there as a team member but rather as a mentor. He had already sensed strange emotions from her. Emotions that were a mix of happiness, jealousy, and hope. He didn't know what she exactly felt, but it was certainly not overly friendly. Whoosh! He kept pushing water until he felt the entire sewer was full, as it filled the pit to the brim. Then, finally, he shouted, "Cut it!" Bam! Gabriel was prepared, and since the earth element was Gabriel's inherent talent, he quickly made a semi-spherical cover over it, instantly cutting the smoke. The fire would soon douse itself due to the lack of oxygen. Meanwhile, the smoke would imbue itself into the soil, making it acidic. "It's okay, you can stop now." Sylvester stepped back and took a breath of fresh air. Felix and Sir Dalaram also stopped and breathed in relaxation. But then Felix remembered something. Ah, what if the smoke reaches out inside the village through the sewer holes? Sylvester shrugged off the concern. He wasn't dumb enough not to think that. It's all right. Even if it reaches the top, the smoke will be heavily diluted from the water. It will only cause a slight cough for a day. That's it. As for this sewer, the acid will eliminate all the water in itself. Soon the whole system will be as clean as if new. "What was that red liquid?" Felix inquired. Lady Aurora blurted before Sylvester. "Dragon's bile. I must say that was a brilliant way to deal with it. Did you plan from the start?" Sylvester nodded. "Not just start. I had planned it the moment I read about it. This was the perfect acid, although it has nothing to do with dragons, it's just too hot." Gabriel sighed in self-loathing. "I need to focus more on alchemy, it seems. Felix, you too, you should be ashamed of being called God's favored." Felix roared, "I know other things." Gabriel didn't back down. "Like what? Fondling oneself every morning, what? You thought we never knew, don't look at me like that." "Cough, boys, calm down." Sylvester reminded the two they were in the presence of a woman. She scoffed and walked back towards the town. "Whatever, I'm too old for your young shenanigans." "How old are you, Lady Aurora?" Felix asked naturally. She didn't stop, however, and instead showed her left palm. "You want a tattoo?" "No, my lady, I was merely joking." Felix nervously rubbed his face. After all, the three may be at work, but their daily morning beating was still consistent. Sylvester was making progress, however, as he found patterns in Lady Aurora's moves and magic. But the problem was that she had simply too many techniques, as expected from a grand wizard. "Yeah, I'm hungry now. We spent too much energy here." Sylvester packed his items and destroyed the dome under which the fire was trapped before leaving. What? Sylvester returned to the town, but it was still too early for lunch. However, he smartly told everyone to go around and check all the sewer openings to ensure there was no problem. This way, he was able to send Lady Aurora away as well. With that, he was free to go and deal with the merchant sent by Felix's elder brother. So he went to the outskirts near the woods and found one man on a horse. "Sand so fine I'd wish it were mine, but I wonder what it may cost me." Sylvester spoke as he walked past the horse. After a momentary silence, the man responded, 5,000 gold is the price of this fine sand, ready to exchange with swapping hands." Sylvester walked back to the horse and, without greeting, took one unsuspecting jute bag from the man, while he gave a heavy, similar jute bag full of gold coins. Then, without wasting a moment, both of them went opposite ways. Only after the man was out of his sight did Sylvester open the bag and look. As expected, he found it full of various helpful magic crystals. "Chonky Bank ready for work?" he asked. Muraj quickly swallowed the whole bag into his bottomless belly. Sylvester was sometimes interested in knowing where it leads to, but he was too afraid of even wishing to enter that place as nothing returns alive. After the successful transaction, he returned to the monastery. By lunch, others also returned after checking all the openings to the sewer. "Let's eat and head to Count Jardel," Sylvester planned. But Sir Dalaram rejected it. That wouldn't be wise. Our 25-member platoon from Holy Land is about to arrive here, Archpriest. We should let them join us first. At most, it will cause a few hours of delay. I should take them along. Who knows what lies ahead? Fine, we will wait then. Sylvester ate his fill in peace. Bam! However, just when he felt calm, a loud sound of metal utensils falling came, followed by an angry scolding voice of Archpriest Milan. Boy, does nothing go into that thick head of yours. You cannot enter here after cleaning the dirty streets. Now go and visit 5th Street. They need some house cleaning done. Afterwards, go to the 7th side street. They need the turd pit cleaned. Dungface, sorry, I go fast. Sylvester noticed many eyes were on him at the dining table, expecting some reaction from him as he seemed close to that man. But he continued to eat his food. Dungface was mentally slow and could not have regular jobs. If slaving oneself was the way to survive, then he must do it, Sylvester reckoned. The Lord's plan exists for reasons. Today it may be harsh. Tomorrow it may be kind, for it changes like seasons. He muttered to justify his inaction and continued to eat. Chapter 151. A Cold Night. Sylvester finished his meal and prepared to move out as soon as the 25-men platoon reached him. He just wished to reach the Count's land as soon as possible because, if they mobilized their armies before he reached, it would become tough to convince them to move back. Nor would they give him time to find the real culprit. Sir Dalaran, let's take a walk, Sylvester called the old man along. Thankfully, this time Lady Aurora didn't go along, nor did Gabriel or Felix. Sylvester and Sir Dalaran walked around the town as they talked about little things. The people would, however, from time to time, pray to him and ask for a blessing. Some would even bring their newborns. Sir Dalaran chuckled, seeing all that. The only difference between the Holy Father and you right now is in age and strength. Rest is all the same. People pray to you just as they do to the Pope. Sylvester had to agree to that. I won't say you're wrong. That's light magic for you. The halo and being a bard are truly a blessing and at the same time strange to me. I am yet to understand how the halo even appears. If we mortals could understand his plans, then we wouldn't be praying to him, Sylvester. Anyhow, what do you wish to talk about with me? I'm sure you have something in mind. Sir Dalaran inquired. Sylvester looked left and right and then gave some instructions. When we reach the Count Jardel, I need you to take Felix's side and team up with Up. You two must act like you're not happy with me being in charge. I want both counts to think that we are divided. Only this way will they let their tongues slip. Sir Dalaran agreed instantly, as he also saw the good in the whole plan. They needed to have the two counts put their guards down. I agree with your plan. However, we must also think about the possibility that the other count does turn out to be the... Sir Dalaran stopped speaking midway, however, as he stared at something. Sylvester did the same and couldn't help but feel sad for the person. They saw Dungface not far away, sitting on the side of the road and feeding the stray dogs and puppies while he ate too. His food appeared to be simple bread and water-like soup with nothing in it. As you can see, some men are born with more rights and security than others. The Count will have his loyalists who will try to stop you from exerting your authority, just for the sake of appearing to care for their lord. Sir Dalaran finished what he was saying. That is why the light of souls I possess can be used to instill love and, when needed, fear. So let's not talk about that anymore. He walked to Dungface as he was curious about something. Hey, bud, are these your friends? Grrrrrrr. The dog started to growl at him as he approached Dungface. Bad dog, stop, Dungface scolded the dogs. Sylvester still confidently walked over. Can you tell me about your daily schedule? What do you do every day? Dungface replied truthfully. Dungface, wake up, clean the house, then clean the street, then clean what people say, then at night go to sleep. So you just clean places from morning to night. Are you being paid for the work? Paid? Dungface only had questions all over his face. Sylvester sighed and moved back. So they use him as free slave labor. No cost, no maintenance, just give some little food and he'll be happy. What a shame in the name of the faith. Let's go, Sir Dalaran. He headed back towards the monastery. As they arrived, they noticed a few more horses outside the building. They realized the platoon from Holy Land had arrived already. Sir Dalaran, you shall command the platoon since all three of us are young, and they won't respect us from the heart. He ordered and entered. He arrived at the large hall and saw the 25 members of the platoon kneeling before Lady Aurora. She was scolding them at the same time. How dare you enter this town, and the first thing you did was tease a woman. Is that what they teach in the Holy Army nowadays? We at Inquisition would have quenched the light in your heart by now. Sylvester arrived and heard everything. Which one was it, Lady Aurora? A man stood up on his own accord, appearing to shiver in fear. Sylvester nodded. I am Archpriest Sylvester Maximilian, the overall commander over you. Since you have decided to commit such a folly, be reminded that one more mistake and I will treat you as I would a heathen. The man shrank his neck and looked down while humming in agreement. Now we march directly to Count Jardel's lands. You can have your rest there, go out and prepare, he ordered. The platoon consisted of mostly low-leveled men. The highest-ranked knight among them was a mere bronze knight, while the highest of the three wizards was an adept wizard. It was not a lot, but enough for common security work. In a few minutes, all preparation was done, and the large carriage of Lady Aurora was parked outside the monastery. The destination was just a day away, so they didn't bother stashing their rations. At most, they'd have to stay the night somewhere in the middle. This time Sylvester let the newcomer knights be the reinsmen of the coach, while he also joined the rest in the back of the luxury carriage. There was enough space for all, and Lady Aurora didn't mind. Big Lord, bye-bye. He truly likes you, Lady Aurora muttered after seeing Dungface frantically waving his hand like a child. Sir Dalaran agreed, albeit disappointed. He's a child from his mind. Sadly, the townspeople will likely end up killing him from overwork. The kind of lifestyle he's living won't leave his body healthy. After a few moments of silence, Sylvester took a deep breath and suddenly ordered, "Halt!" He got off the carriage, walked over to Archpriest Milan and looked him in the eye as if the latter was already a dead man. "Listen to me loud and clear now, Archpriest. I know you're keeping this kid as a slave here. Do you know what the punishment of enslaving a clergyman, even if just a deacon, is? Death. So, do one thing until I return: you keep this boy safe and well fed. If anything happens to him, I will by default look for you. What will you be doing with him, Lord Bard? He shall come with me to the Holy Land, so remember my words, Archpriest." Sylvester then walked over to Dungface and patted the man's shoulder. "You do not need to work at anyone's house anymore. Your only duty from today is to keep this monastery clean, okay?" Sylvester wasn't pitying the man because he was poor or a slave. He pitied him because the man was mentally challenged, and no matter what, he would remain like that. Unlike an ordinary child slave who can grow and become intelligent, Dungface's fate was sealed completely, and this was his forever prison, slavery without being called a slave. He had nothing in control and never would have. He was just born with a stroke of rotten luck. So, helping a man who didn't even know what was right and what was wrong for his own good was something he did from his heart. He never expected anything in return from the man. Dungface nodded as he smiled. "Dungface, do as Big Lord says." "Good. When I return in a few weeks, I will take you with me to see a huge castle, so be good here." Sylvester then returned to the carriage, and their small procession left for Count Jardel's territory. "What did you do?" Lady Aurora asked. He shrugged and cryptically answered, "Just helped a puppy of a man find a home where his puppiness can be utilized." She smirked and silently looked out, having a dozen thoughts of her own. But she was finally realizing as to why Sylvester was so much liked by her father and why he was being favored by so many people. It seems he simultaneously has the brutality of a father and compassion of a bright mother. No wonder Father wants him to be a pope one day. That's what the faith needs right now. However, sadly, fate itself didn't seem to be kind towards Sylvester. The night had started to make traveling on the off-road harder, so they all decided to make a camp nearby the road for the night. So the 25-member platoon erected their tents around the large carriage of Aurora. Then, on one side of the same carriage, they lit a big bonfire and sat around it while the meat stew was being cooked. "May I sit with you, Lord Bard?" A man came close, wearing clergyman's robes with a staff in hand, likely a wizard. "Name's Phobos, a wizard." Sylvester nodded and gave some space on his right, since to his left was Lady Aurora already, while on his other side were the rest. "Can you sing us a hymn, Lord Bard? I always wanted to see the famous Bard of the Lord," another man requested excitedly. With that, others also agreed to that request. "Fine, let's start turning you into my cult then." He went to the carriage, brought out his violin, and started playing it. The pitch-black night, the slight hint of moons under the dark clouds, and the songs of owls in the distance with the sound of burning wood elevated the mood of the small crowd. "Can I also affect Lady Aurora with my hymns? Good thing she's sitting beside me." Sylvester took a long breath while adjusting himself and let Murrej curl himself onto his lap and sleep. "It got too cold suddenly, didn't it? Feels ominous." Felix agreed as he felt smoke appearing in front of his mouth as he breathed. "It certainly is freezing tonight. All the more reason for you to sing." Sylvester nodded and started to make hymns with a halo behind him. It illuminated the area like no fire, for it was one step higher. "I'm a marching soldier of the god. I fight for your light with this fickle bod. Look at me, I ain't no spoiled child. My faith in you ain't so mild, oh it's wild. Just once more, let your light hit me like a lover's smile. The warmth of the Lord ain't that weak. For the truth and glory ahead we seek. It's there, just grab it, for we're folks of the same clique. Trust me, I am not weak, my faith is not bleak. Oh, we're the sons from the Holy Land. Our work is all so grand, the faith we must expand. The heathens or the demons must all withstand the tests of souls that befall like a father's scolding hand. There may be so." Sylvester wished to continue singing, but when he tried to look around and see if everyone was enjoying it, he noticed something that spread dread in him like no other. All appeared to have frozen in the middle of the air, making no sound. Their eyes remained open, and they were surely alive, but they just couldn't move no matter what. "No, no, why is he here now?" Sylvester cursed internally and looked left and right. As he remembered that night vividly, the sky had turned completely black with clouds, the trees were making no sound of a breeze, and the animals were so silent as if dead, like now. Did he come for me? Why?" He looked left and right while the effect of the surroundings took over him as well, making him slow doing and slowly freezing. "Why have you come here now?" Whoosh! The white mist started to spread all over the place, and Sylvester felt colder than ever. When he looked closer to the front, beyond the bonfire, he noticed finally. Like a ghost, the thing in a tattered black cloak floated towards him. Yet there was no noise, so quiet moved the Shadow Knight. Chapter 152, Shadow V's Light. Sylvester felt out of breath just looking at the towering, monstrous form of the Shadow Knight. Why was he here? What did he want from him? Is this what the thing talked about all those years ago, about meeting again? While Sir Dalaran was panicking and looking at Sylvester the whole time, trying to think if he could do anything to save him if the thing went after him. But he could not even move, no matter what. Urgh! But shockingly, Lady Aurora was able to move, albeit so slowly that she seemed not moving at all. Meanwhile, Sylvester was somehow able to move even more than Lady Aurora at that moment, but he had to exert himself to the fullest. What? The Shadow Knight slowly hovered towards the platoon's men. Then, as its robes brushed past one of them, the knight's body started to turn into a heap of ash. The Shadow Knight then moved to the wizard named Phobos, just beside Sylvester, and once again turned him into ash, slowly falling apart. It moved towards the back and killed more, but Sylvester could not see it anymore. He could only hope that the creature does not come after him or those close to him. No sound was made and no screams echoed. The forest was absolutely silent and the sky starkly dark. The Shadow Knight mercilessly killed without making any remark. The freezing cold made all those who survived to sense death, too, as they felt their eyes heavy, frozen. Blood in their veins got colder, and it felt as if a burden fell heavily on their shoulders. SHHH. Sylvester heard hissing from behind him. It was too close and raised his hair instantly. Fuck, is he close? I can't even see it. What's he doing? Does he want me? He tried to turn his face with all the strength he could muster. Eventually, he could only turn an inch, but that was enough to notice the fluttering black robes behind him, close enough to touch and turn him into ash. Then, for the first time, Sylvester heard clear words from the Shadow Knight. Although they seemed like whispers full of death and coldness, they were clear. I remain the same, but look what you became, the height your sins have reached. Fucking. If there was any confusion, it was now clear. He was also the target, but why? He could not remember ever harming someone for his sadistic desire. It was always for his own survival, and those he killed were far from kind folks. Is this for Rommel? For that counts family, but that wasn't my decision to make. Take your last breath to greet death. Sylvester felt a sharp pain in his back, but it was cold. So cold that he just couldn't sense the part of his body on the back once the pain registered. It was like a dead spot. Arg, he grunted and put his everything in moving away. With that, like a raging beast, he roared. My light will stop you, Shadow Knight. Whoosh. He used every ounce of magic to let Solarium release from his body and shine all around him in bright golden light. His whole body turned into a torch at the moment. A new sight for all, as he had never done something like this. Every pore in his body released the light and made the coldness around turn into warmth, letting all around him take a fresh breath. But Sylvester felt the light had some effect, as he could now move better, albeit still struggling, but faster. So he jumped forward and got away from the Shadow Knight. What do you want? I have not sinned. I follow the word of the Lord. The Shadow Knight flew towards him. Slowly, as it appeared Sylvester's light was affecting it in return. Faith or wraith, sins do not discriminate. Sylvester, Lady Aurora seemed to somehow get up. Her sword remained in her arms, ready to strike and help him. But Sylvester knew she was not a match for this creature. On top of that, he could not use the wrath of heavens there, as the allies were too close. And the coldness increased as the Shadow Knight tried to get closer to Sylvester. Stop, don't indulge it. You are no match for it. He fell to his knees as the Shadow Knight reached arm's length from him. The creature seemed to use more strength on him now, as the coldness increased at least 5 times. Even while emitting light, he felt weak and cold. Fuck, I can't let this fight go on here, or Sir Dalaran and the rest will die from the cold anyway. He noticed Chonky was also frozen on his shoulder, jaws wide open. Give me the bag. Chonky did whatever it could and vomited the bag they got from Pitfall Town. After that, Sylvester pushed Murrej away to the ground, as he didn't want to risk his life. Then he looked towards Lady Aurora, his face contorted in pain from the wound on his back. He still couldn't feel the back of his body. Lady Aurora, look for me, please. What? She struggled to stay conscious. Sylvester didn't answer and closed his eyes. Next thing they knew, An immense explosion resounded, and fire appeared under Sylvester's feet, so strong it shined brighter than his light, and its warmth instantly relieved those around, making them sense the warmth abound. But all their minds could feel was dread as Sylvester's body flew into the sky like a spear and vanished soon after. They knew he was saving them by luring the legendary Shadow Knight away. He was giving himself for their sake. Shame, utter shame was all their thoughts could make. The Shadow Knight shockingly changed its movements and flew away deeper into the forest towards Sylvester's direction, so fast they could only notice blur. This made them realize that the Shadow Knight had not even started to use its full power on them. It was merely toying this whole time, using its mystical powers to make them freeze. Eventually, the noise around them seemed to return. The sky appeared to shine with the moonlight again, and the owls sang once more. The bonfire in the middle of the camp slowly made them feel warm again and move. Fuck, we need to go fast. Felix was the first one to stand up and shout in anger and fear. I won't let that bastard put himself at harm each time for our pathetic weak lives. Get up. His frustration was evident as the events of the past were still fresh. During the Sphinx Town bloodling when the Void Keepers came, and now. Each time Sylvester saved them, all they could do was watch or assist him from afar. Sir Dalaran looked towards the sky at the trajectory Sylvester flew off to. We need to be careful not to become a liability instead. I believe we need as many light crystals as possible. Where are we going to get those? Gabriel asked. I have them, Sir Dalaran blurted and showed a large bag full of said crystals. But at the same time he was praying to the Lord. Thank you, guardian angel with you, I can help Sylvester. It was Mirage who was scared the most. Sylvester was everything to him, his family, and all he could do when frozen was watch in fear. Sylvester was gone, and all he could do was wish he was safe. Thankfully, he could help the people around him. And thanks to Sir Dalaran's cryptic messages, he could give them what they needed to go after Sylvester. Lady Aura was frustrated and angered. She started to tap on her armor in different places, activating some runes and preparing to fight and give her all. Father will kill me if Sylvester dies here. Why did it have to attack him? Let's move. Leave everything you don't need to fight and march behind me, she ordered them. Sir Dalaran, how many crystals do we have? Nearly 200. Give 5 to each one. She paused as her gaze fell on the various swords left on the ground. So, out of 25, only 10 survived in the platoon. This is a mess. Give 5 crystals to each and move. Gabriel stepped forward first, however. I can use light magic. Give me Solarium crystals if you have them instead. Sir Dalaran nodded and acted like he was fiddling in the bag behind him. But then, suddenly, a bag appeared in his palm. I have some. Sylvester handed them to me a while back. Quickly, they were all armed to the teeth and prepared to move. But first, Lady Aurora moved to each one of them and tapped a few times on their armors. I am placing anti-cold enchantments on your armors. I believe it's going to snow soon. She was the strongest member among them, and her experiences speak for themselves now. Nobody objected to her taking over the command of the situation. Priest Felix, I know you're angry, but don't do something foolish. She glared at the tall wizard knight. Felix nodded. Let's just move now, please. And as they moved, as Lady Aurora guessed, it snowed. Unknown distance away, Sylvester fell like a meteor in the middle of the forest and burnt away hundreds of trees in a large radius around himself. Why do I have such rotten luck? He cursed and prepared to huddle himself there until the morning, as night was the only time the Shadow Knight appeared. Thankfully, since he was away from the Shadow Knight, the sky was clear and he could move easily. So he started to take out all his light crystals and put them around himself in a circle. He then placed rows of Solarium crystals behind them. Over half of his bag emptied in one night, thousands of gold graces gone instantly. but as long as he lived, he could earn. Quickly, he created a dome of light around him, using his own light manipulation to solidify the light from crystals. This way, he could conserve his own magic while keeping a shield around himself. He sat down and felt pain all over his back. So he touched it and felt as if a part of his back was made of rough sand. He could not feel any touch on that part, as if it was dead. Did he kill the cells of that area? Boom! Clash! Abruptly, his thoughts returned to the matter. Out of nowhere, like a spear, the Shadow Knight appeared in front of the light dome and collided with it. Instantly, the dome cracked but didn't fall apart. Damn it! Sylvester realized the thing was far stronger than the last bloodling he fought. He had to use his own magic now to reinforce the shield. Boom! Fucking! The shield cracked again, and yet again, he had to exert more effort to repair the damage. Not to mention, the coldness had returned and was slowly reaching his body. Is this going to be it? Why are you after me when far more villains exist outside? He asked the thing. The Shadow Knight stopped and stared at Sylvester with shining white streaks similar to eyes. There was silence for a while, but the dread only increased. They may be sinners, but the prospect of your sins overshines all others. Sylvester felt sweat dripping down his forehead even in that cold. Because I have high talent, I am a bigger sinner. How can you be sure? Can you see the future? But the Shadow Knight spoke no more words, and the only reply was another wave of body slams from it. Sylvester gritted his teeth as he noticed the exhausting solarium in his body. Fine, I will use it then. He took a long breath, raised his right palm beside his chest, and aimed toward the Shadow Knight. Then, the chants of him started resounding with the halo behind his head. Return to the depths of hell below. Take this ray of light I bestow. You vile pest, risen from the shadow. Boom! Chapter 153, Cry or Laugh. Boom! A blinding beam of light left Sylvester's palms. It boomed like lightning falling from the sky, covering everything around him, as its warmth erased the dreadful coldness. He strategically removed the solid shield of light around him and sent the beam straight toward the Shadow Knight. But he knew not if it struck him or not, as he could only see whiteness all around. But he didn't try to maintain the beam for too long. Finally, after 3 seconds, he stopped and brought back the shield around his body. Then he looked for the sign of the Shadow Knight to see if the beam did any harm. SHH. Did he get hurt? Sylvester noticed the form of the Shadow Knight a distance away, appearing to have become translucent for some reason, but it was gaining its previous denseness. What is he made of? Sylvester wondered, as it was clear now that the thing was not a human with a cloak on. This was truly a ghost or something like that. Boom! The Shadow Knight soon attacked him again, but this time the shield didn't break in one go. But on the third strike it did. Then on the second strike it broke, and after a few moments the Shadow Knight seemed to have returned to its previous strength. So I cannot kill it by just harming it. What even is this thing? But finding out about what this thing was came later. First, it was about his survival. The only boon he had was light, the power that had helped him since he was born. Of all the bad luck, he was lucky for this one blessing. He tried to maintain his body, keeping it from going into extreme exhaustion by letting the crystals help him. Then, when he felt he could not hold the shield for long, he again used the wrath of heaven. You godforsaken creature of vileness, burn in the warmth of my brightness. Boom! The streak of light once again hit the creature and pushed it back hundreds of meters away. This time Sylvester maintained the beam for 5 seconds. Once done, he quickly ate the solarium crystals to get back some energy. Then, he formed the shield around himself again. This time he got nearly half an hour of relaxing time, while the Shadow Knight returned to its past full strength, and once again started its menacing strikes on the shield. Again and again, time and time again. Sylvester repeated the process of buying himself some time to relax, but in his mind he knew his life had changed that night for the worse, sadly. Damned, he was now immensely. Crack! The shield cracked again, and he prepared to strike the light beam. At least he was thankful for his past hardships, as he had become much more efficient with his magic utilization now. But sadly, in front of absolute strength, no amount of techniques can help. A distance away, the remaining platoon and the rest roamed to find Sylvester under the command of Lady Aurora. They didn't know how far Sylvester had gone, or if he had gone somewhere else after his initial jump. All they could do was hope that they'd find him quick, but sadly, none of them could fly, nor did the trees help them in looking far away. Silently, they gritted their teeth and ran fast. How long will this keep happening? Why can't he even afford a little moment of peace? Hasn't he suffered enough? Why does Solis keep testing him? Why does Solis keep punishing him? Sir Dalaran wondered in silence, ignoring the weighty presence on his shoulder that he shrugged off as the guardian angel. Whoosh! What was that? Felix stopped and questioned. Whoosh! They could hear an echo ringing around them. But from the sound, it was clear it was very far away, and it was hard to understand which direction it was. Let's split, Felix suggested. Lady Aurora vetoed the suggestion instantly. That's asking for death. If not the Shadow Knight, then some other creature of the night will kill you. We can't afford to separate right now. Just keep moving in the direction Sylvester flew off to first. Agreed, Sir Dalaran interjected. Felix gritted his teeth and continued to run along them. Seeing him, Gabriel came to his side and asked, "What's with the attitude? You're not helping anyone by being annoying." Felix knew Gabriel was right. I'm angry. Sylvester has to be the unluckiest fucker in the world. Everything messed up happens with him. Every time someone attacks us, it's to kill him. I see him in strain, man. Look at his bloody eyes, they seem hollow. I don't want that. It feels as if, the more we're growing, the less human we're becoming. He was loud enough for all to hear, and they couldn't help but feel the same, not for Sylvester but for themselves. It was true that the more they grew up, the less happy they felt. Even if the faith was the best place to be, it didn't help them with their personal life that much. We didn't choose this path, Gabriel replied. We are born with a role and die while trying to fulfill it. Fate is universal and unique to all. We can run away all we want, but it will catch up. So we can just accept it and live. Felix didn't reply and moved in silence. He never says it aloud, but Sylvester was the only best friend he had in his whole life. Since he was young, all he knew was his strict father and a horde of trainers ready to inflict all kinds of pain on him to make his body strong. I didn't live all those years to become a damsel in distress for you to save me every time, Max. We're meant to fight side by side, as brothers. We're close, Lady Aurora boomed suddenly and halted their speedy chase. Everyone felt it. The area had suddenly become colder than before. The trees were frozen, and no other noise was coming from the forest. As they started to walk forward, they felt a certain suppression on their bodies. Thud! One of the weakest knights from the platoon fell down, frozen like before. Thud! Then another one fell. Seeing this, Lady Aurora decided to stop for now. We need to plan this carefully. All of the platoon members will stay. Sir Dalaran, you come with me. You too, Priest Gabriel. And you, Priest Felix, you care for these platoon members. Felix just glared into Lady Aurora's eyes in bloodshot fury. He wasn't going to sit there. That was not negotiable. Lady Aurora sighed and nodded. Fine, come along then. The rest of you, move a few meters back and prepare for a medical camp here. We don't know what Archpriest Sylvester's condition is, but he will at least be exhausted if he's alive. So be prepared to transfuse blood if necessary. After that, the four headed deeper into the forest. The closer they got, The colder the climate became, the more the pressure they felt on themselves. They felt as if they were moving in an ocean and going deeper and deeper into it. Uh, at one point, Gabriel grunted while pushing himself. Lady Aurora looked back and noticed the men were struggling to move forward. Even Felix, albeit with his rageful movements, couldn't ignore the pressure. She looked forward and noticed a bright oscillating light. We're not far away, but to stand against the Shadow Knight, it's impossible for these three, even me. Stop, I will go ahead now. You three stay here and prepare to. I'm not stopping, I will go on, Felix barked. She looked at him deadpan. Then what? Become a burden to Sylvester. You can't even move here. How will you fight that thing? Look over there. You can see the light. That means Sylvester is fighting it somehow. Felix gritted his teeth and clenched the hilt of his sword. I hate this weakness. Then get stronger. But right now, think from your brain, not muscles. Now give me some more light and Solarium crystals. It'll be hard to fight it, but I will try to reach Sylvester and heal him if he's hurt, she planned. Sir Dalaran didn't doubt her and handed the whole bag. I will be indebted to you, Lady Aurora. Archpriest Sylvester is important to many people, and the future of the faith. She didn't reply and moved toward the blinking lights, but even she couldn't go fast after arriving at the last stretch. However, she could now see the scenes in front of her, beyond the tree line in the empty circle of burnt land. Sylvester was defending himself against the attacks of the Shadow Knight. Boom! And every few minutes, he would send out a beam of light so strong it would push the Shadow Knight back hard and burn the trees in a straight line in the path. She rubbed her eyes repeatedly because she couldn't believe the scene. The Shadow Knight was a dreadful entity that not even her father, the Lord Inquisitor, could shrug off. And here he was, Sylvester, albeit struggling, pushing the mysterious creature away and also harming it. What is he, his light? Her eyes shone with the light from Sylvester's moves. He appeared like the sun in the dark night. His light magic is strong enough to be tangible. But soon she forced herself out of her trance-like state and shouted, Sylvester, take this. She knew Sylvester was doing a much better job fighting than she could ever do, so she decided to throw the bag full of crystals at him. However, she noticed Sylvester was not even looking at her. Instead, he was looking in a different direction, towards the ground. What are you doing, Chonky? Go back, this is dangerous. Aurora heard Sylvester shouting as if addressing someone, but there was nobody. Is he hallucinating? Meow. She frantically looked around to find the origin of the cat's cry, but again she couldn't find it. Am I hallucinating? Boom! Sylvester once again sent out a beam of light from his palm, blinding her eyes and pushing the Shadow Knight away. In that blindness, she just silently prayed that Sylvester could keep this until the morning. Is this what you wanted me to learn, Father? Perseverance, she wondered. What? Chonky, what in the hell were you thinking? Sylvester used the wrath of heaven and threw Shadow Knight away. Then he leapt to pick Muraj and bring him into the shield, to safety. The furry boy couldn't walk, so he was slowly dragging himself toward Sylvester on his belly. Makesy, I will protect you. Muraj meowed and hugged him around the neck with his little paws. Sylvester patted his back too. Are you hurt? No, I feel better, I can move here. Ah, let me vomit. Yuwa. Muraj quickly threw up 2 bags full of solarium and light crystals. This was the last batch they had left, ignoring the one Lady Aurora threw. He chuckled tiredly and wiped the sweat from his head. He was tired and frustrated. His back pained him, and he felt sore all over his body, but his heart felt full from Muraj's worry-filled complaints. Why did you leave me? He caressed his head. Chonky, I didn't know how the fight would turn out to be. I didn't want to risk your life. Bam! And it begins again. The Shadow Knight started attacking again, but this time Sylvester had dozens of more crystals. So he didn't feel as strained and calmly fended off all the attacks. Though his eyes were becoming heavy slowly, it was not solarium exhaustion, just mental exhaustion. He needed to keep this going until the sun came out, so he just looked at the sky and prayed. Come on, soulies, show your pretty face quickly now. Boom! He repeated the wrath of heavens for the 6th time, a maddening number for sure. With that, he felt something in his body. It felt as if the heat was rising all over him, and his cells were trying to revolt and break apart. He felt his arms and feet going numb. He quickly realized that this was a blessing that came at ill timing. It could very well prove to be his doom, and turn this light shield into his tomb. Am I about to rank up? Fuck, not now, I can't. Chapter 154, On the Edge. The crusade was a lengthy and messy campaign, and things are prone to go bad occasionally. No matter how much you prepare, there is always someone who just can't follow the rules and makes it their life's goal to abuse the little power they are given. Since the crusade also involved the knights and wizards from various kingdoms, the Second Sons and the Useless Ones, some units of crusaders sometimes did things that the church would never avow to. Although the leaders of each unit were church members, when nobles entered the fray with deep pockets, things tended to go out of control. And consequences to this, the innocent suffer. Believers, someone's father; daughter, someone's mother, they suffer. Ender Village, Duchy of Ironstone in the Gracia Kingdom. The Ender Village was a coastal village not far from the Evergreen Mountains and south of the Duke's Keep. The village enjoyed a rare environment as it was in direct contact with the trade routes of the Libertia Island. All this was due to a family of tiger beastkins that converted to the faith of Solis 2 generations ago and moved to the Sol continent. As if they adopted the village, they brought wealth to the village with their trade business. Soon, the beastkins assimilated with the people of the village, slowly bringing about a new population of half-human and half-tiger beastkins. It was hard to differentiate most of the time. Some kids would have human skin but tiger ears and tails, while some wouldn't have ears or tails but fur over their bodies, along with increased muscles and strength. The faith never had a problem with them, as everyone was a follower of Solis, and normal humans of the village also never had a problem with what was happening. Even the local monastery didn't bother and wholeheartedly accepted the faithful. But the crusade often brings about the deepest, darkest madness residing in some minds. Being a coastal village, years ago, it was also one of the homes of great conflicts, hence death. A bloodling was suspected of having appeared not far from the village, so a crusade unit of 50 crusaders was called. But no one knew the crusaders would be a far worse evil than the bloodling. Tiger Beastkin with fur, Elian Mizar, the patriarch of the Mizar family, returned from his long voyage to the Beasteria's Beastkin region after successfully selling his shipment of goods. With a delighted mood and full pockets, he hoped to organize a mass gathering for his beloved daughter's wedding, his little tigress. However, when he reached the little hill his estate stood on, all he saw were the remains of ashes of what was left. The house, the gardens once full of little growls and laughter, were not darkened with dried blood and burnt ground. Crunch! He stepped on a stick, but on a closer look it turned out to be a bone. He crouched down and picked a little silver locket. He recognized it sadly. Thud! Falling to his knees, he stared at it blankly, and a few memories resurfaced. His whole life, his hard work, the generations of hard work, all gone. Why, he asked. Elian, is that you? The beastkin turned around and saw the old village chief, a human, and also the priest of the local monastery. Elian, in a calm yet raging voice, asked, Tell me, please tell me they are fine and this was an accident. The village chief sadly lowered his head. I wish I could. I wish I could have done something to stop them. I tried, believe me, but they didn't listen and called your family bloodling worshippers. They They conducted public beheadings and took whatever they could from your house. Even the archpriest tried to stop them, but they hit him. Who? The Crusaders, along with Baron's third son. The Holy Land announced it against bloodlings. What the Crusaders did here was illegal, and we have called forth the intervention by Cardinal Suprema. Did no one survive? Elian asked in a cold voice. There was just silence from the village chief, enough to suggest what the answer was. Rasha. Elian went into a mad frenzy and punched whatever of the house was left, hit his head onto the walls, and let the fury calm him down as he bloodied himself. Eventually, he calmed down and looked at his palms in anger and wondered. My father and grandfather gave everything to this village. Then why? They were not humans, Elian. They were demons, and the church will punish them, trust me. Of course, he sighed in helplessness. I can still smell the blood here. How scared my little tigress must have been to be killed for no reason but existing. The village chief felt what was in Elian's mind. Young man, don't do something you might regret later. Elian looked up and his eyes shined with a hint of bloodlust. I'm afraid they left me nothing to regret over, chief. Whoosh! He leapt into the air and zoomed past the man. Stop, Elian, don't do this, you can't fight them alone. Grrrrea. But only a true roar of a tiger was heard, a lesson for those who were near. Never push a man so much that he has nothing to fear. The first rays of the sun fell on the cold land of the north. Then, the snow started slowly softening, and the bodies became warm again. Finally, the time many had been waiting for, what felt like an eternity, came. But Sylvester knew not when he fell unconscious. All he knew was that he was alive and felt warm again. He was exhausted and lay on the ground. The shield was gone, however, but he was awake and looking at the sky. He raised his hand and tried to catch the shining circle in the sky, the origin of Solarium. He sat up slowly but felt a lot of pain. I hope there's nothing serious on my back. What the? He exclaimed when he noticed a big black dot right in front of his face when he sat up. Slurp. But then a big pink tongue licked his face and kept going for a while. Finally, Sylvester pushed himself a few feet back and gazed at the form of the big, majestic creature. It was a white hart, huge like a horse and with majestic antlers. Against the backdrop of the sunlight, the creature appeared as if sent from the heavens. But then it licked his face like a mother caring for her son in the wild. Ha, calm down now, boy. Sylvester patted the hart's face and caressed it underneath the jaw, instantly making it happy with tickles. What's a great white hart doing here? I thought they'd all gone to hibernation, he wondered. Meow, meow. And just then, like a little angel, Muraj appeared on the back of the big hart, glancing at him. Makesy, I made a new friend, I named him Whitey. What do you think? Whitey? Well, that's a bit too straightforward. If everything white is Whitey, then you're a Whitey too. Muraj started to think a lot while mumbling. Yes, how about Big Charles Leopold? All right, I'm interested to know how you went from Whitey to Charles Leopold, but, Muraj jumped down to check Sylvester, worry evident in his eyes. Does it hurt? A lot. Muraj worriedly tapped on his forehead as if checking his temperature. In reality, Muraj didn't know how to check it. You want me to licky the wound? Since when did you have a medicinal tongue? Forget it. I will get someone else to check it. As for your big buddy, give him some food and let him go. He needs to hibernate in the winter. Muraj nodded obediently and jumped back onto the hart. Let's go, Big Charles Leonardo. I will give you food and tuck you back in your sleeping spot. So Chonky woke the poor thing up, and he already forgot the name. He watched them leave, took a deep breath and stood up, feeling sore throughout. Where is everyone else? There they are. Max, Felix came running the fastest and started patting Sylvester all around. Are you okay? That mad thing. Shockingly, yes, I'm good, just some pain in the back. he replied, but above all he was feeling hungry. "Show me." Felix pushed him to show the wounds. Sylvester noticed that Lady Aurora was also coming to him, so he decided to show the wounds and see what she said. This way, he can get help without asking. "Look at the back. I think the Shadow Knight touched that part and likely burnt it," he guessed. Just then, Lady Aurora arrived and looked at it closely. You're lucky. It seems that the patch of skin is completely dead, but since you're alive, it likely didn't reach your organs. Let me cut this part out." Sir Dalaran prepared knives. Sylvester quickly put his robes down and stood up. "No, thank you. I would rather have a professional look at it. Let's just reach Count Jartle first. The mission is still important. And I'd rather not suffer from a sudden infection due to your dirty, unsanitized knives and dressing." When they started walking away, Murad returned and took his prized throne to Sylvester's shoulder. They didn't leave right away, however. First, they ate some breakfast the remaining platoon had cooked. Then they gathered what was left of the dead knights and the wizard, so at least the church can hand them to their families. Yes, clergymen were supposed to cut all ties, but everyone knows that to many, their love for parents can never be erased entirely. After that, they finally headed towards the castle of Count Jartle and the town surrounding it. Sylvester remained in the luxury cabin of Lady Aurora, resting, as he still needed to recuperate the exhausted energy and magic. "How do you make your light solidify?" she suddenly asked. "Spying or just curious?" "It just happens with a thought. I don't do anything special. I bet even Gab can do it," he replied in a dismissive tone. She shifted into her seat as if uncomfortable. "Do you have any idea how wild your proposition is? No light wizard in history has ever been able to use light as a weapon, not against anything non-darkness related. All the great light wizards in history used fire or other elements in fights, but never light. Yet you somehow, was that really light?" 100%, he blurted back. She felt cold on her tongue and didn't speak any further. Her mind, however, was the opposite. "No wonder he's the precious boy of the church. No wonder Father sent me with him in disguise to teach him. They want to protect him without hindering his growth." Of course, she knew it was all her hypothesis, but it made a lot of sense to her. He's merely a master wizard, and his light is already so strong. What happens when he's a supreme wizard? Oh, Lord Solis, have you taken birth yourself? She just stared at him, his bright golden blonde hair, his golden eyes. She couldn't help but feel strange about it. "You can sleep, Archpriest Sylvester. I will wake you up when we reach," Sir Dalaran suggested to him. Sylvester was feeling like shit, however, for he knew what this night meant for his life. "Sir Dalaran, you already know what this attack means for the rest of my life." "Fucking hell," Felix cursed again after he thought about it. He had been on edge since the last time, letting all the barriers over his tongue loose. Sylvester looked out of the window at the sky and muttered for all to hear. "For the rest of my life, until I can defeat the Shadow Knight, each slumber I may spend in fright, that tonight he will return tonight, for my life I will fight." Chapter 155. What a good start. It was God's grace that the rest of the journey didn't face any problems, and they arrived at the large castle of Count Jartle. It was made of gray stone with a dense moat all around it. It was quite big in size, and the town around it was full of activities. "Even with all this wealth, the two brothers keep fighting," Sylvester muttered as they moved towards the castle's drop bridge. "Greed and lust are among the hardest sins to control, Archpriest. If they had controlled them, they'd be clergymen, not nobles," Sir Dalaran replied. Sylvester silently chuckled, knowing that the clergymen were far from being pure in greed and lust. It was a human brain circuit that allowed all to feel these emotions. To control it is one's choice, not God's plan. Even if one worships Solis day and night, they would still feel aroused when incited. "Felix, get ready with your act. Sir Dalaran, you will stay with Felix and act against me. Gabriel, you are with me, and as for you, Lady Aurora, I don't need you to participate, so you can just relax and do whatever you feel is right. I am too lowly to order you around." Sylvester briefed his team before they started this assignment. She nodded and silently kept staring outside. Ever since she saw Sylvester stopping the Shadow Knight, all she could think about was how he was able to do what he did. She thought about the story her father told her about finding Sylvester. That a vision had told him to go south, and when he did, after months of travel and search, just at the right time, they stumbled across this far-away, unknown village where a child was about to be burnt. And that child turned out to be the Lord's Bard, who shimmered in her father's arms and shone bright like the sun. Of course, the part about him peeing on her father was something she learnt from others. But all those things and all the other legends about Sylvester being wise beyond his age were slowly making them clear to her. It was frustrating to her in reality, because she too wished to get stronger and reach the peak, become the first guardian of light. "Max, where is your rank plate?" Gabriel asked him suddenly, pulling her thoughts back. Sylvester looked at his chest. "Ah, I think it got lost when fighting the Shadow Knight. I will get another once we return to the Holy Land later." "Halt!" The guards of the castle stopped their little procession on the way. They only had 10 members of the platoon left. 2 were steering the carriage, and the rest were on their horses, 4 at the front and 4 at the back. Sylvester shoved the papers pertaining to his identity and the reason for his visit to the guards. Then once they verified it from the inner castle, they dropped down the bridge over the moat. "It seems the Count has increased the security now." Felix noticed there were too many guards armed to the teeth. "Anyone would after their wife is kidnapped and killed from their house," Gabriel added. Soon the carriage rolled through the castle walls and arrived at the front yard of the castle. It was a well-stone-paved courtyard with many flower pots around the corners. There was even a little pond with ducks in it. It was clear that the Count was not poor at all, but Sylvester had, in fact, underestimated how rich the man he was about to meet was. The moment their carriage stopped near the castle gates, a little crowd of people came out to greet them. They were likely the family members of the Count. As per the protocol, Lady Aurora got out first and was announced by one of the knights moving with them. "10th Guardian of Light, Lady Aurora Foxtron, is here, with God's favored, Lord's Bard, Sylvester Maximilian and Sword of Solis, Felix Sandwall." Just as they all got off, a fat, tall, white man shifted forward. He was so fat that even his underchin had an underchin. Moreover, he had a belly so fat that he could sire 5 bobbies simultaneously. And of course, he was balding from the top, with shoulder-length brown hair falling from his sides. Over his fat piggy body, he donned an oversized tunic with leather armor over it and breeches underneath. But the most striking feature was the abundance of gold. The man wore more gold rings than the number of his fingers, and he also had earrings, nose-piercing neck lockets, and even gold bracelets. The man rubbed his hands as if sweating too much and bowed his head to Lady Aurora. "We didn't know that respected the Guardian would be coming. We would have prepared a welcome worthy of your name. But please, I shall ensure that the remainder of your visit is not unsatisfactory." Sylvester honestly felt a bit jealous of Lady Aurora. She was strong, and that was enough to make even a noble as high as a count act like a lowly bootlicker. He reckoned even dukes would act this way because she was not just any cardinal. She was a guardian. Sylvester spoke up instead. "Count Jartel, I am Sanctum Inspector Sylvester Maximilian. The Holy Land has sent me. Let's go inside and speak calmly. I'm sure this heat is unbearable for all of us." It certainly was, especially for Count Jartel, as the fat folds on his body started to sweat profusely. The man seemed like a walking bucket of water. He even has a few gold teeth. I should keep him in suspicion as well. Who knows, she killed herself to save herself from this monstrosity. They were invited into the castle and taken to the sizable throne room-like hall where a long table was set. There were a few more people, some old and some kids. Amazing, I can feel air flowing throughout the hall. Did he employ wizards to place some sort of ventilation runes? Sylvester felt the strangeness of the castle. Not to mention, wealth was flaunted everywhere, from silk curtains to gold-plated chandeliers. The Count had understood by now that Sylvester was the leading man here as Lady Aurora took a backseat, so he introduced his family and staff to him. Archpriest, this is my daughter Ursula. She's a ripe 14. I'm looking for good suitors for her. The man introduced the big girl just like her father. Fatness seemed to run in the family as nearly everyone was fat. These are my brothers after that despicable Raftel, youngest to the oldest. Orales, Martel, and Milton. This is my youngest son, just 10, Willis. Sylvester nodded at everyone and received their formal greetings. He was trying to sense any negative smell from them, but until now, all he smelled was some worship and excitement to be seeing him. He was obviously a legend among the nobles by now. Then Count Jartel introduced him to a cripple on a wooden wheelchair, a bit too excitedly. This man is Sir Walder Kane, the prima of this county, the man behind my riches. He's a genius when it comes to business. Sylvester looked at the man with interest, as he felt a high level of worship from him, and also some level of adoration. The man was thin, like a frail stick. He had shoulder-length gray hair and a stubble beard. He had tanned skin and brown eyes, along with a little scar near his mouth, appearing to have been a stab wound. The man straightened his back and bowed his head. It's a great honor to finally lay my eyes on the miracle-born Lord Bard. I've heard so much about you. The bards sing your name and deeds every single day in the town square. I always wished to go on pilgrimage to the Holy Land one day and see you, but these feet. What happened to your legs? Sylvester asked. Count Jartel sighed from behind. Tragedy, a horse accident, but thankfully his brain didn't cripple Biwahaha. Did this man really lose his wife? Sylvester felt awkward hearing the Count's laugh. Sir Walder seemed to have the same idea, as his face didn't show any kind of smile. So instead, he tried to reach Sylvester's hand. Sylvester responded in kind and let him. Lord Bard, Lady Marcella was an amazing person. She had a pure heart, prayed to Solis thrice a day, and cared for the people like her own children. She didn't deserve the fate she received. Please bring justice to this heretic folly. Sylvester nodded as he felt the man's concerns in the smell of worry and anxiety. He seemed truly disturbed by the woman's death. That made him look to his side and wonder if one of them had killed her. His suspicion was going towards the Count, his brothers, and even his extra-healthy daughter. I will need to interview all of them, he decided. I will need to speak with everyone alone, one by one. Priest Felix, arrange everything, Sylvester ordered. Felix, however, relegated the task to Gabriel while showing a scornful face. Priest Gabriel can do it. The Count rubbed his sweaty hands and started smiling. Lord Bard, let's have supper first, and then we can continue. That is acceptable. So in the same hall, they sat around the long dining table. Slaves and servants soon started to bring out food and decorate the table with various forms of cuisine. Entire cooked animals were present. Vegetables, butter, milk, and sugary items were there. The secret to the great bellies of the Count and his family had been revealed. Thankfully, they were smart enough not to bring in wine, as nobles usually drink. However, when Sylvester thought they were smart, the so-called ripe 14 daughter of the Count started throwing a tantrum. Where is the wine? Daddy, you know I can't eat without wine. Args, my throat feels like burning without it. Dear, drink some water, the Count suggested. But she kept screaming as if she would die at any moment while holding her neck. No water, only wine. Sylvester looked at the ashamed faces of the Count and his brothers, along with their wives. Then he glanced at his side, where Felix was holding his laughter. Sir Dalorum, Gabriel, and Lady Aurora seemed disgusted. The Count looked at Sylvester. "Lord Bard, if you may allow, can I let my daughter dry?" Bam! Lady Aurora annoyedly slammed her hand on the table angrily. "I wonder if the Archbishop of the county is doing his work in instilling religious discipline in nobles. Such a nuisance at the dinner table. It is damnable." The Count sweated hard. He dared not disrespect a guardian, or else even the King of Gracia couldn't save him. "Pah!" The Count slapped his daughter right then and there, so loud it rang like a whip. "Silence, you insolent brat. Once I send you off in marriage, I will see if you still dare throw these tantrums. Now eat in silence or leave." The girl started crying. "Daddy, you hit me. I hate you." The Count coldly shook his head. "I should have slapped you years ago, foolish child. Now shut up or expect many more slaps." Sylvester knew the Count was faking it. He could smell his frustration and anger directed towards Lady Aurora. Definitely one of the prime suspects. "My lord, milk." A servant came to his side with a jug in hand to fill his glass. Sylvester let it be refilled and continued eating dinner. But his focus was only on the Count and his actions, so he didn't notice Murad's suspicious activity. Bam! Clank! Sylvester looked at his hand quickly and noticed Murad had slapped the steel glass away, letting it fall to the ground. Murad whispered near his ear right then, "Makesy, poison milk." Not even doubting Murad's words, Sylvester stood up angrily, grabbed the servant's feeble thin neck and lifted him into the air. "Who ordered you to poison me?" "SHHH." The sound of unsheathing swords echoed as Felix and Gabriel jumped to his side, while Sir Dalorum watched his back. The platoon men circled around the table so no one could escape. Lady Aurora stood up too and glared at the frightened Count. "What is the meaning of this, Count? You dare commit heresy." Chapter 156. Sylvester, the Versatile Superstar. There was a tense silence in the hall as the swords were pointed at all the nobles in the room. Even the Count felt he'd be killed by the sword of Lady Aurora the moment he moved wrong. He stuttered and sweated. My lady, I don't know what's going on tth." Sylvester was not a fool, however. "I know. You'd be the mightiest fool in the world if you dared to attack me or any of us in your own castle. Even if you could have killed me, Lady Aurora would have uprooted your entire county later." Lady Aurora firmly nodded in affirmation. "So this servant did it on someone else's order. It's unknown if their goal was to create distrust among us or truly harm me. You speak, or I shall snap your neck." He glared into the servant's eyes as the man wriggled, trying to catch his breath. I was offered money to add something to your drink. I didn't know it was poison." Sylvester could smell the lie as clearly as a dirty Murad after his playing hours. "Speak the truth. Who offered you the money?" "I don't know, my lord. He was wearing large robes and it was dark. He just gave me the money and said if I don't do it now, then he will return to kill me." Sylvester released him and let him fall. "Well, congratulations, you're still going to die for heresy." "It must have been Raftel, that little twat," Count Jardel barked in anger. But almost instantly, the second in command of the Count, Sir Walder, spoke from his wheelchair. "My lord, please control your anger. Let's not lose our rationality. Count Raftel is not foolish enough to do something so obvious. Until now, he has committed to saying he didn't harm Lady Marcella, so he has no reason to dig deeper into the trouble." Sylvester glanced at the crippled man. He was not in awe as anyone could realize this observation, but he felt a hint of disgust in him. Does he dislike the Count? Is it physical disliking or personal? "Lock him up. I wish to interrogate him later. But for now, we shall be moving to the monastery for the night's sleep. Nobody wishes to eat dinner anymore, I suppose, lest one of us may drop dead from some flavorful poison." Sylvester snarkily said, taunting them all to get someone to show an emotion he could count on. Woof wow! Sylvester turned to the side as a big, cute dog came running, wagging his tail and tongue excitedly. It was a wolf-like breed, likely, but too friendly apparently as the furry white boy jumped to play with him. Raftel sit, Count Jardel shouted. The name stupefied Sylvester. You gave the dog your brother's name. The Count shrugged and called the dog towards him to pet it. Raftel started it by naming his dog Jardel me. It's the highest level of disrespect. He sighed and ignored this little squabbling of brothers. He was here to stop the war, and that's what he would focus on. But that didn't mean he didn't like dogs. Come here, boy. He called the wolf-like dog, akin to a husky but more ferocious. Soon, wagging his tail, the dog reached him. So Sylvester took out one of the small dried chicken pieces that Xavier packed for him and gave it. Sit. Woof. Shake hand. Woof. Roll. The dog did everything, certainly a well-trained one. So Sylvester gave him a few more treats and felt somewhat refreshed with that little interaction. He knew dogs and simple pets can be very good antidepressants at times. Maybe I should get a dog for Mum. She must wish to have some company when I'm gone, or else she might fall into that great mother's activities. Respected clergy, I shall guide you to the monastery. A man entered in priest's clothing. Clearly, he was a member of the monastery, and this time the monastery was a huge one since it was the office of the county's archbishop. Sylvester glanced. What's your name, priest, and do you have prison cells under the monastery? The priest, a middle-aged man on the brink of balding, nodded with great reverence. I am Priest Herman, Lord Bard, and yes, we do have jails in the cellar. Sylvester caught the servant who mixed poison by the collar and dragged him along. I will need to interrogate him. Help me bring him along, priest. As for Count Jardel, I humbly request that you don't leave the county until I am done with the investigation. I will later call you and your family one by one for an interview in the monastery. Have a good night. With that, they all took their leave, leaving behind a confused and fuming Count Jardel. The man was not angry at Sylvester but at his brother, as he still believed he was responsible for his wife's death and today's poisoning attempt. My lord, you can trust him, said the prima of the Count, Sir Walder. You are as aware of his prowess as anyone else. The bards sing his praises non-stop. 1 week. If he can't find the culprit at that time, I shall raze Raftel to the ground. As Sylvester walked out and got onto the carriage, he noticed a lot of people gathered in the distance in the town square. What's happening there? He asked. That's the bards, sire. They sing and tell stories every night there, as Lord Jardel believes that the best way to keep the people happy is to keep them entertained, as it's the best way to forget some of the hardships in life. The priest answered. The Count seems better than most others. But again, if a man can rise to become a count, even if inherited, it means they have some prowess. Because inheriting a title is easy, but maintaining it is hard. Same as his case, where he has to keep singing to maintain the buzz and popularity. Let me see what they sing about. He muttered and walked to the crowd. It seemed like a dugout amphitheater, and the people were sitting with discipline, though some shouts were apparent occasionally. At that moment, a play seemed to be going on. What story it was, he didn't know. But after it ended, a single man appeared with a plain and simple mandolin. He was wearing nice silk clothes and appeared to be a performer of sorts. Then he sang with full emotions and music, of course, not as good as Sylvester, but this was more entertaining and exciting for the crowd. Comes here your favorite traveling bard, after a journey so hard, to sing the song that matters, one of the great bard's life chapters. The story of the land in the south, the miracle of the light. Oh, his might, so bright that against it none can fight. The miracle born to spread his love, all around and above. He is one in a million. His name is Sylvester Maximilian. the bard of the Lord, the apostle of the God. He shall judge the sinners and give faithfuls a reward. He will mesmerize you with his musical chord. Hear his adventures, for he protects the innocents from the darkness. He laid siege on the evil with the mighty light he could harness. But wait, it's not just his light, for even his spear shines with sharpness. Bloodling of the cave, bloodling of the mountains. He's the light that leaves all such evil as nothing but a carcass. Sing with me. The bard started to play the mandolin loudly while the people clapped in rhythm. O holy wizard, your magic heals our plight. A holy night, we respect your might. O bard of light, you shine so bright, your songs are a delight. O man of faith, you we invite in our hearts, let the blessings ignite. Look at his face, that smugness, he's enjoying it. Felix barked all of a sudden amidst the combined singing of the crowd. Sylvester didn't even refute him as he felt pumped by the combined singing. It was like sitting in an arena, and the people screamed for you. This was the proof he needed that showed his work was not for naught. He was successfully becoming popular and building a narrative that he was the savior. Good. I just need to enter the lives of commoners slowly, and then, even the clergy can't reject me from becoming a pope, no matter my age. Gabriel chuckled at the side. He deserves it, you know. He has saved so many people, so it was just a matter of time before the legend spreads. For Sylvester, it was even better that nobody called him God's favored, but instead they called him Lord's bard. This ensured that he could develop his own unique identity instead of going on the hype of God's favored. Let's move. Sylvester left the arena and let the crowd enjoy. They soon arrived at the giant monastery building, made to look like a castle as well, but it was too big and spread out instead of going high. There was no moat, however. Instead there was a tall boundary wall. It was a common consensus among all nobles that if they made war on each other, then they could not touch the monastery normally. This way, the monastery didn't have to spend much on anti-war safety. It was already night, so most of the clergymen had gone to sleep, as the many windows appeared dark. But a man in red silk robes with golden embroidery stood at the gate of the monastery. On his head was a very intricate mitre as well. Sylvester walked up to the man and saluted seriously. I pay my respects to the archbishop. The archbishop appeared to be an average dark-skinned, middle-aged man with black hair and eyes. He was not as tall as Sylvester, however, and his build was on the thin side, likely a wizard only. Nevertheless, his face appeared amicable. He, too, saluted back. Welcome to my monastery, Lord Bard and Lady Tenth. Please come in. I'm sure you'd wish to do your night prayer before sleeping. He does not seem like a bad man. The scent of real worship and admiration, cloves, is there. But I can't keep him out of suspicion either, for he holds a lot of authority in the county. Please lead us, your grace, Sylvester responded. As they walked, the archbishop told them about the place. It's a sad thing what happened to Lady Marcella. She was a gentle soul and a firm believer. This monastery holds 2 bishops, 4 archpriests, 20 priests and 80 deacons, yet we couldn't administer the faith properly. It's not your fault, your grace, Sylvester replied, also hopping to get something back. Evil generally hides even among the kindest hearts without oneself knowing. Who knows who committed this folly? Anyhow, what are your thoughts on the Count and his family? The archbishop blurted quickly. They are good people, Lord Bard, but I can't say the same about the Primus or Walder. He's a bit strange to me. Oh, what's this? Animosity. I smell strong hatred and anger. Interesting. Why? He pushed further. The archbishop appeared to struggle to find words. He's not a very religious man. He also controls the money flow in the county. Hasn't he enriched the county, however? Yes, he has, but he stands against the faith. He keeps cutting the budget allotted to the monastery every year. How can such be acceptable? Sylvester could smell that lie from a mile away. What's the real reason for that hate, Archbishop? I guess only time will tell. Chapter 157. Acting. Meow. What? I sleep here. Sylvester looked at Muraj with doubt. What are you planning? You never before demanded to sleep by my chest. You Chonky, by any chance are you jealous? What? No, I'm not jealous of anyone, that's so immature. Yeah, pure lies. Sylvester chuckled and let the furry cat enter his blanket. Dogs are cute and dumb creatures, Muraj. Trust me, they will never come close to how good you are. Besides, can they also be my cute little bank? He asked him. Muraj happily tucked himself near his chest and felt the warmth on a winter night. I'm the best Chonky bank. Yes, doggies are dummies, but I don't care about them. They are too beneath me. I'm not jealous of them. Of course, why would a mighty tiger be jealous of little puppies? Sylvester pointed his palm at the candle near the door of the small room and sent out a gust of air. Good night, Chonky. We're going to have to work really hard starting tomorrow. This pussy is always ready, Makesy. Chonky, remind me to start teaching you about vocabulary and its double meaning from tomorrow, again. Okay. In a minute, Chonky was heard snoring already, while Sylvester was still thinking about work and who was the real culprit because he realized his ability to smell emotions wouldn't help too much. Because everyone has something to hide and lie about, everyone is imperfect, so they are all bound to raise the alarm to him. I should send Felix and Sir Dolorum to Count Raftel. I also need to find a useful thing for Lady Aurora, or else keeping her fed and entertained is a waste of resources. Maybe I can use her name to scare some fools. He planned silently. It was a daily routine for him to fall asleep while thinking. But now, a few more nightmares awaited him as he'd never know when the Shadow Knight would come and attack him. Was the only way out of this situation to get stronger and kill the Shadow Knight? Unfortunately, there was only one way to know the answer to that. In a room adjacent to Sylvester's, a woman more than 100 years old relaxed in her bed and thought about a boy. But of course, it was not in any unholy way, for she was the loyal woman of faith. Why does he not act like a real teenager? When I was 17, I was obsessed with Sir Kristen and acted like a total fool all of the time. So why is Sylvester so different? It can't be just his life experiences since I faced hell too. Even when he japes with his friends, it feels misplaced. How is he so level-headed? How did he find the milk had poison in it? Are all men destined to become the Pope one day like this? Was the Holy Father like this too? Is Sylvester going to become the Pope one day? She had a million questions, and each one interested her in following Sylvester for the rest of her life to see where his fate would lead him. What hurdles will he cross over? For now, she had surely lost all her sleep, especially because the scene of Sylvester using his light against the Shadow Knight kept reappearing in her mind. In another room, a boy had decided not to sleep, for he was disgusted at his own weakness. He ridiculed himself for being called the Sword of the Lord, as he couldn't even protect his best friend. How was he to stand beside Sylvester when the latter one day ascends to new heights? Won't he be a weakling? It was unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. He had spent his entire childhood training and now was not the time to relax. Until he reached the peak of his magical and knightly talents, there was no point in calming down. Nobody will save him, neither the church nor his family. All he had were his friends, but if he remains a weakling, then even they can't help him in the long run. I am a failure, but more. If Sylvester is the light that outshines all, I will be his shield that blocks all the darkness. I have peak knightly talent, and I shouldn't stop until I sit at the top. Whoosh! In his room, he used a sword many times heavier than his standard sword in hopes of training his muscles to get stronger and thrust more power with the minimum amount of motion. Day or night, I must never stop training. Every chance I get, I should be able to make myself better enough to stand side by side. Ha! What? Sylvester knew that his actions affected many people, but he never knew that Felix felt this way about him. If he did, he would have tried to help him get better, but he supposed Felix had some self-respect that wouldn't allow him to take his help. The same was the case with Sir Dalaran. But the problem with the old man was that his peak was not that high. He had already hit his magical peak, and only his knightly talent needed to rank up to Golden Knight level. This was a problem that Sylvester had noticed. No matter who is beside him, if they are not monsters of Lady Aurora's level, they are bound to feel inferior. But of course, he had no idea he had managed to even make Lady Aurora jealous of him. Sylvester also wished to find ways to make his allies stronger without doing something illegal, such as body mutilation, to gain more power. That's what genuinely evil wizards do. Other than that, all he could think about was magical weapons. He had only seen magic cannons on the ship as magical mechanical weapons all this time. There were no other weapons that were small enough to be handheld or dangerous enough. I don't wish to bring uncontrollable handheld weapons into this world. They may create more trouble than help, Sylvester thought as he got up from the bed. The only person in the group he didn't worry much about was Gabriel. Although he may have the magical talent just to be a master wizard and knightly talent to become a diamond knight, it didn't matter much as he was more inclined towards religion studies. In addition, light magic would help Gabriel to at least become a Cardinal Suprema. Maybe we need to choose a specialization. Even I need to select a specialization. Illusion, mind, and temporal magic seem the most lucrative to me. And since I will learn metal manipulation anyway, I can easily diversify my strengths from being light-based to much more. Makesy, you talk to yourself too much. Muraj also woke up and complained. Sylvester, without asking, made some water appear in his palm and wiped Muraj's sleepy face as if he was a baby. It was an ongoing joke that Muraj adopted him. The truth was the opposite instead. I talk to myself because I know myself the best. Now let's go. We need to start the next phase of the plan. He pocketed his items and headed out to the town. He didn't find anyone other than Gabriel, so he ate breakfast and headed towards the Count's castle in the middle of the town. As he walked the streets, he saw the roads were full of activity. There were fruit and vegetable stalls on the sides and carts going to and from the road. More shops were also scattered around the town, selling everything from steel items and gold jewelry to baked bread. Clearly, Jardel County's economy was flourishing more than one could imagine. But then he noticed an extraordinary thing. The people, mostly the buyers, were not from the east side of the Saul. Many of the crowd appeared to be brown-skinned, wearing Western clothes, mainly from the Masan Empire. A cloth turban with various head decorations, the torso covered with mainly sandy white tunics, cotton pants, and leather boots. They seemed to be buying items in bulk, and that made him wonder if the Masan Empire had good trade relations with at least the northern part of Gracia Kingdom due to close proximity. Sylvester, I need some funds. Just then, out of nowhere, Felix approached him and requested money openly. Sylvester looked left and right to see if Felix was talking to some other Sylvester, as Felix did not need to ask him for money. He was a rich man already. Ah, so that's it. He soon noticed the winking from Felix and went along with the whole play. What money? I just gave you some yesterday. Did you squander it again? Felix scoffed. Just give me my share of the allotted money and I'll be done with it. I have my needs to be taken care of. Sylvester folded his arms and made sure he was audible enough for all the drama-hungry passers-by who had started to surround them. The money was given to me to be used for work, and I am allowed to give it or take it as per my authority. Felix pointed his finger angrily. You have no authority, so what if you're one rank higher than me? We're both designated as the same. My administrative rights equal yours, so give me my share. I command you, Priest Felix, do not be so foolish. I am the head of this assignment. Whoosh! Felix unsheathed his sword in anger. I will not take a no today. I want my share as per my rights. Sylvester frowned and prepared his spear as well. Are you sure? Do you wish to fight your superior? Don't be an immature child, Felix. The money is supposed to be for the good will of the people, not you. Stop! Sir Dalaram jumped between them all of a sudden, but he also took Felix's side. Archpriest, give him his money. You both share the same organizational rank. None of you is a senior to the other. Sylvester put away his spear. Fine, go ahead and squander the church's money on your useless leisure. Let's go, Sir Dalaram. We're clearly not welcome here. I've had enough of this joint investigation. I shall do mine from the other side, myself. Felix haughtily took the bag of money and left. Sylvester was left alone, with people around him feeling bad for him as he only stuck to his duties during the exchange. As per the plan in this county, Felix was the villain. Good lad, let's hope this game gives us a good return. Chapter 158. Mystery Goes Deeper. The little fight was witnessed by all the commoners and a few clergy members from the monastery. It was given that the words would reach far and wide, even to the county across. Sylvester expected Felix was going to be received warmly when he reached Raftel County, but he thankfully sent Sir Dalaram along because sometimes Felix lacked critical thinking in the heat of the moment. It was not his fault, however. He was just too young and inexperienced. All right, let's move on with my investigation. With Gabriel, he reached the Count's castle again. As for Lady Aurora, he had no idea where she even was, nor did he bother as she was strong enough to care for herself. Even if someone strong attacked her, someone stronger than her, she'd still be able to send signals at the very least. Sylvester looked around at the castle's training fields and found the Count's brothers and their kids training, along with a few knights in neat, shining armor. Milton, Count's third brother, walked up to him and greeted him. Good morning, Lord Bard. Is there anything I can help you with? Sylvester took out a parchment and handed it to the man. Here is the list. I shall await for people to come and give me their statements as per the list and timings. This is to officially clear the names of the close family members and focus on the culprit outside. Milton, who was merely a knight, looked left and right and got closer to Sylvester. My lord, are you sure about this? I remember my elder brother having a loud argument with his wife. It was about some debauchery. My brother accused her of lying with a knight from the capital. Sylvester didn't take the man's words seriously. He was the second in life to take the mantle of the Count since the Count's son was too young, so he had too much to win if the Count was found guilty. Not to mention, the scent also gave him mixed signals. Then why does he accuse Count Raftel? Milton whispered again. This is a family secret. I hope you don't reveal it to others. Lady Marcella and Count Raftel used to be lovers, but then our father set the eldest brother, Jardel's marriage with Lady Marcella, as she was the only daughter of the most respected baron of our county. This is one of the reasons why father divided the lands to keep the two brothers away from each other. Okay, this part is not a lie. Sylvester didn't smell any aroma this time, but this was a clue that was only useful as gossip. Did Count Jardel love Lady Marcella? He inquired. Of course. Even I loved Lady Marcella, akin to a big sister mother. She was a woman devoted to Solis and her husband. Her days would start thinking about the family and would end with it too. She would never participate in an affair, so that only leaves Raftel, who may still be angry. Sylvester rubbed his face in annoyance. This is such a strange situation, but the truth will only come out if I also interrogate Count Raftel. Thank you for the well-needed clues, Sir Milton. Please inform the family members to appear in the monastery according to this list. This in itself will take us a long time, so the sooner it's done, The earlier we can finish the case, Sylvester warned. You better finish it by the end of the week, Lord Bard. My brother has said he will only wait 7 days for you to progress. If he sees nothing, he will attack Raftel. Fuck, Sylvester internally cursed. There goes my sleep. Understood. Do as I say for now. Thank you for the cooperation, Sir Milton. Sylvester left the man to prepare to speak with Felix later that night. Raftel County. Welcome, God's favored. I heard you'd be arriving soon to investigate. Count Raftel greeted Felix and Sir Dalorum. The man appeared the polar opposite of his brother. He was tall and so thin it seemed the wind would blow him away. His robe seemed like curtains. The only similarity was in the facial features and color of the hair. And of course, there was a mean-looking dog beside him, akin to a bulldog but tall. This is my dog, Jartle. Boy, say hello. Woof. The dog tried to jump and bite Felix with its dangerously sharp jaws. Felix tried to keep himself as gathered as Sylvester. Thank you for receiving me, Count Raftel. Let's go inside and talk about this case. I'm sure you also wish to get this mess over with if you're truly innocent. Count Raftel scoffed. Of course, I am innocent. That buffoon is making things up because his wife cheated on him, for which I won't blame her. Nobody in their right mind would wish to be under that fat toad. He likely killed her and now blames me. Felix nodded. That is for the faith to decide now, since both of you have agreed to an independent investigation. Can you tell me more about this debauchery allegation? The Count nodded. Just follow me in, please. Let's sit in my solar and spark in calm. As they started walking behind the Count, Sir Dalorum tapped on Felix's shoulder strongly and whispered, You're doing well, but you're letting him steer the conversation. Don't take anything he says at face value. Expect he's lying about everything. Felix nodded and gazed at the old man thankfully. He knew he was new to this, but it wasn't his fault that Sylvester was just too good at this stuff. I will try to keep this act going and make him speak. He needs to become comfortable with me. Soon they arrived at the solar of the Count. Similar to Jartle, Raftel was also rich as his lands were incredibly fertile and connected with the river trading routes, which were much cheaper. But unlike Count Jartle, it appeared that Count Rafel didn't have the support of the family. It was just him in his county. Count, what are your thoughts about the murder of Lady Marcella? The way she was killed, her chest was cut apart, and her genitalia was violated. Count Raftel's face instantly turned dark in sorrow, and soon anger rose. Must be a fucking animal whoever did it. She was so kind, Marcella. Felix and Sir Dalorum looked at each other's faces at this scene. It became clear that there was something deeper going on. This was not a man defending himself, but a man grieving. Do you have anyone in mind who'd wish to harm Lady Marcella? Felix inquired. No, not that I know of. She had no enemies and the people loved her. I myself have placed a bounty of 5,000 gold graces for whoever brings me her killer. I will not kill that person. I will let them rot slowly with open wounds on which I shall throw salt every day. Ah, forgive me, priest. I was out of line. Felix had a hunch that Raftel was likely not the man, but he still didn't wish to cross his name just yet, but he had enough for now. May I also meet the Archbishop of your county? Archbishop Gunnar. He's not here, I'm afraid. Just yesterday he left to meet the Cardinal Suprema to discuss the end of hostilities. I don't really want a war, priest. I may have problems with my brother, but I am no kinslayer, Count Raftel said, with confident eyes and a severe voice. That's a very suspicious timing to be leaving behind the county. I need to talk to Max. Thank you for giving us your time, respected Count. We shall stay at the monastery and work to solve this issue. Why, you can stay in the castle. It's big enough for 100 more men and women, and only my dog and wife live here. Count Raftel offered them. Felix was not dumb enough to stay in the den of the wolf he had come to hunt. Thank you, but we are obliged to stay in the monastery. I will meet you later then. Sir Dalaran escorted Felix out as if he was the bodyguard, not speaking a single word. But after they had left the castle, he spoke. I presume you also wish to speak with Archpriest Sylvester. I do. This whole case is too confusing. A man who has no reason to kill her seems like a killer, and who has all the reasons to kill seems innocent. Not to mention, everyone speaks so highly of Lady Marcella, then why would anyone harm her? And what's with chopping breasts? Felix had 100 questions in mind. Maybe it's religious, Sir Dalaran added. Felix's face paled suddenly. Of course, he knew the messed up rituals the more one goes north and west. The cultures were different even though they followed the same faith. I hope it's not. Human harm in religious work has been outlawed since the previous pope's rule, as is demon-possessed and witch-burning. Yet Archpriest Sylvester was nearly burnt alive at his birth. Felix scoffed. That was on Max. He may be dumb back then, but even I'd scream demon if a baby started speaking. A baby who also shines. Yeah, correction there. I'd have licked his feet if I had seen a shining baby who spoke, Felix jokingly said. Anyway, how are we going to talk to him? He said he taught you something. He did. You will understand everything in the night. What? A few hours later, the sun had set, and the darkness embraced the lands. The people went to sleep, but Sir Dalaran and Felix went to the edge of Raftel County and made a small platform for themselves to stand on using earth manipulation. This way, they could look above the tree line. Sir Dalaran sat down, with a parchment and charcoal pencil in hand. What's that? Felix exclaimed as he noticed a blinking light in the distance. But confusing him even more, Sir Dalaran started writing something on the parchment. He looked down and frowned. What are these dots and dashes? Is that Sylvester? He calls this Morse code. Please let me focus now, Priest Felix. Chapter 159, Hey You. Sir Dalaran wrote down the dots and dashes and soon translated them. 7 days for war. Raftel Marcella lovers. Felix nodded at the last part. I felt something was going on in his mind. The man seemed hurt by her death, but he said she was a very devoted woman, so did she cheat on her husband? Sir Dalaran, tell Sylvester about the bounty thing and that the Archbishop here is missing. Sir Dalaran nodded and used a light crystal to send the signals back. Then soon he received a reply. Ah, so it was their father who fixed this marriage. So then Count Raftel does have a reason to harm her. They exchanged a few more words and soon decided to keep going, fishing deeper into the lives of the two counts. There was bound to be something. As for Sylvester's side, he revealed that he'd be coming to Count Raftel's territory soon to speak directly. What? Sylvester returned to his monastery and took a rest for the night. He had already taken a big risk by going into the forest at night to speak with Sir Dalaran, but he kept his mind alert to the cold so that if there was even a speck of temperature change, he would run away as it may signify the arrival of Shadow Knight. But thankfully, it seemed the Shadow Knight was not going to attack him so close to the civilization, which would allow him a few rare nights of good sleep. However, he was in a rush as well because in 7 days, the war would begin. He won't be able to do anything once the armies are face to face in the fields. Eventually, he woke up and headed to see the Archbishop of the county, Archbishop Raymond. The man was also under suspicion because there were a few red flags the last time they talked. He kept himself from telling the whole story, or at least, his hate towards the Count's Prima was not just due to profession. Good morning, Your Grace. Sylvester addressed the man as per the church's rules. Join me for breakfast, Lord Bard. I'm sure there are things you wish to talk about. The middle-aged man invited him, exuding positive energy as a whole. Sylvester followed him to a private eating chamber and took a seat. I'm afraid this case is much more complex than initially thought, Your Grace, so I am going to need your help. It has come to my knowledge that Count Jardel has unilaterally given us 7 days to find the killer, or else he will wage war. We cannot allow this, or else not just mine but your job will be in danger. Saint Wazir, and even the Holy Father have told me to avoid a war at all costs. The archbishop's eyes nearly fell out of shock. He was an archbishop, and the only time he met the Pope was when he got his archbishop's mitre for the first time in the ceremony. After that, he didn't even get to meet Saint Wazir. But on another thought, his jealousy also decreased, knowing Sylvester was a sanctum inspector, directly under the command of Saint Wazir. At the same time, he was a God's favored, hence close to the Pope. However, that didn't help the fact that he felt pressure on his shoulder. What do you suggest, Lord Bard? I have tried all ways to stop the Count. Sylvester rubbed his chin and quickly came up with a scheme. Archbishop, are there any knights of high standing you know who are also single? How about you become the middleman and get that knight to send a letter to the Count, showing interest in marrying his daughter? Set up a meeting for 5 days from now, when the Count has decided to start the war. The archbishop sweated suddenly, pitying the knight who marries that blob of meat and narcissism. You want me to lie? No, I want you to set up a meeting. Just don't tell the knight what the woman looks like. I'm sure any knight would jump at the opportunity to marry a count's daughter. Though I'm sure the man will reject her after seeing her, that will buy us some time. Sylvester suggested. It was the definition of throwing someone under a cart for one's own gain. And in this case, they were planning to throw a poor knight under an elephant. The archbishop hummed and thought about a perfect scapegoat who was greedy enough to agree to something like this blindly. There is this one knight from the Duchy of Iceland that I met once. He's so greedy that he once tried to sell his own brother to the Tower of Godless, but the slave market rejected his goods, saying it would bring too many problems. So he was stripped of his military power, and is now just a knight in name, drinking and destroying his body. Perfect, Sylvester exclaimed. We don't need him to marry the daughter of the Count, Archbishop. We just need a distraction. Sylvester knew that it was perfectly possible that the Archbishop could be very loyal to the Count, so he didn't try to make it so that he was belittling the daughter of the Count. In addition, he was trying to instill fear of the church so the man would work with him, no questions asked. I will get to it then. I shall send a deacon with the letter to the knight. I will await your reply, Archbishop. Until then, I will go to the market and see how people are doing and their thoughts about the murder. What do you think about the people's perception of the faith, however? How loyal are they? He asked a veiled question. Instantly, he was hit with a strong aroma of excitement, worship, and happiness. It seemed the man was really proud of his work. They are utterly loyal, Lord Bard. They sing hymns daily, participate in mass gatherings in the church every few days, and donate to the monastery. They even call me old man because I care for them so much. I helped a lot of them to start a business by giving them interest-free loans to begin. It was a success, and now there are so many shops in the county. So he's also behind the prosperity. Then why is he against the Count's prima? What does Sir Walter do, Your Grace? He's holding all the rights over the finances, right? He questioned. Just like before, the Archbishop scowled. That hateful man. He is greedy and cares not about the faith. He even tried to tax the money I gave the commoners to start their businesses. He's always trying to take money from the monastery's coffers, even when there is a law to not touch the gold belonging to the faith. Can you show me the registries? He asked frankly. Sylvester smelled the anxiety in an instant, and now the Archbishop was at a point where he'd be creating suspicion if he denied. He had no choice but to agree with the sanctum inspector. Sure, Lord Bard, but it's filled with numbers, so be mindful not to be overwhelmed. I will. He followed the man to the cellar of the monastery and into the vault. The gold was stored there, along with the important documents. The cellar was specially treated to always be dry and ventilated, it seemed. This is the whole register that records all the income and spending of the monastery. The archbishop showed him a big book with hundreds of parchments. Even the ink was fading on a few pages. Sylvester opened a random page near the last page and looked at the numbers. It showed basic details about the expenditure and income. "The accountant must be somewhere busy, so you will have to wait for him to come," the archbishop said, a lie clearly. Sylvester started to read the last pages and see if the sheets were even tallying, as the total amount at the end of the page must match everything else. He noticed all kinds of expenses, from food rations to candles and various rituals, from free food services for the poor to loan agreements to the people. However, he slowly started noticing a pattern with a particular field named "Donations from the Count." The miscellaneous expenses are too high. Why are the donations not correctly showcased? Where's all the money going? He wondered. Because as far as he knew, the money given by the count must be accounted for as to where it was spent. But the same was not the case with the money received from the Holy Land. On the contrary, that money was clearly used for the good of the people and for running the monastery. Page after page, he kept adding the discrepancies, and by the last line, he had a number in the head. The amount of money the archbishop had embezzled was so high that even he felt jealous. "My God, 3 million in 2 years. This money is enough to buy me many important crystals and resources." He feigned ignorance and closed the book. The taste of tangerines is really clear from him. Why so anxious? Corruption is the lowest level of crime, after all. But he could not accuse the archbishop without more proof. For that, he needed to go out and meet a few people who got loans from the church. "That's a very well-kept record, Archbishop. I'm impressed. I'm sure I will do something similar when I become an archbishop one day." The man smiled nervously and tried to act calm. "Ha ha, you speak too highly of me, Lord Bard. I'm sure you will outshine us when you take over a county." They two walked out to the ground floor together. Sylvester kept reading the man to catch any slip of the tongue, but it was hard since archbishops are like senior politicians. Clank. Huh. Thud. "What's happening?" Sylvester frowned, hearing the sound of clashing swords and punches. They rushed quickly and ran out of the monastery, and a big group of men appeared in armor, wizards' robes, and a convoy of carriages. The archbishop quickly took control of the situation. "What's happening here?" In reaction, a priest came running, breathing heavily. "Why, Your Grace, they say they are a crusader group. They are headed north to wipe out a bloodling infestation and wish to stay here for the night." Sylvester narrowed his gaze at the armored men, some with expensive shining ones and some with dirty ones. They appeared like a group of misfits just put together without much thought behind it. There was no clear voice of authority, as everyone just did their own thing and walked around. No wonder crusades are crap. "Hey you, blonde boy, come here and bring my luggage inside. I wish to rest inside before heading out again." Sylvester narrowly glanced at the man who was trying to order him around. He appeared to be a noble, with black hair, a stubble beard, and blue eyes. He was tall and broad, wearing shining armor with gold engravings here and there. The rank plate revealed he was a golden knight clearly. "Are you deaf? I am Prince Harpus de Gracia, so you better behave or expect to be thrown to some backwater village." Sylvester rubbed his chin, wondering if this was perhaps the most courageous man or the dumbest. Chapter 160, Embezzler. Sylvester had heard the name de Gracia. It was a branch family of the main royal family of the Gracia Kingdom. It was not too powerful or wealthy outside the scope of the capital city, so it was amazing to see a mere boy from a branch family try to step on him. The archbishop nearly boomed in anger, but Sylvester waved his hand and stopped him. "It's fine. We can help these hard-working, devoted men, I believe. They travel in such fine carriages on the hard roads, away from their homes, and eat tasteless food. We should help them when we can." The archbishop knew what Sylvester was doing. He had done it, and nearly every high-ranking clergyman does it. This tactic was called, "let the enemy dig his grave deeper first." It was a simple concept to not disturb your enemy when he's being a fool. Then when the time is right, you shatter their life. God save this young man. Sylvester picked up the man's luggage boxes and walked into the monastery's empty guest room. "My prince, why are these boxes so heavy? I'm sure they have your fine clothes and weapons." The prince proudly puffed out his chest. "Of course, I am the leader of my crusader unit. It is my duty to always be prepared with the finest clothes and weapons." God, how narcissistic this man can be. This is the first time I'm sensing the combined smell of cloves and roses. Sylvester was in awe of how dumb some nobles could be, especially the new generations who lived their whole life in a bubble, pampered. "Ah, this is your room, my prince. If you need anything, just shout in the hallway and someone will come to help." Sylvester placed the luggage and headed to leave. The prince looked back at Sylvester and extended his hand. Sylvester was not going to kiss such filth in his life, so he just shook it and left. "It's good to meet you, my prince. I'm sure you will bring glory to the light and shine as the brightest beacon of light." The prince smiled in satisfaction. "You say beautiful things, my fellow man of faith. How about you join my service? Maybe you can also bask in my brightness and radiate like a star." "For this fucker." "I would love to, my prince, but I'm afraid I'm too low for this crusade, too weak. I wish not to be a burden on you. Ah, you must be exhausted. Please have a good rest." Sylvester closed the door and left while giggling, imagining how he would mess with this boy later. He then headed out to do the normal work that he had planned. He needed to find clues and proof of the archbishop's corruption. And thanks to the ledger of the records of all the loans, he knew who the biggest takers of the loan were. He went directly to the shop, a blacksmith. It was famous in the town as it had similar branch shops with the same name around the whole town. Sylvester didn't know who was the owner of it, but he didn't need to meet him. The workers of the blacksmith workshop were far more valuable, as they would know all the gossip related to their lord. "My friend, how much will it cost me to sharpen this knife?" Sylvester took a random knife out of his inventory. The old man working at the shop looked at the knife and marveled at it. "Ah, this one's from the chief of desert cannibals. You must be powerful to have this." "I can sharpen it for a mere silver crown, holy man." Sylvester nodded and handed a silver crown. "Then I shall wait while you do it." "Why wait outside? Come in and have a seat. I would love to hear some words of faith from you, as I rarely get time to pray these days." "Good, give me all the good stuff." "Why, I don't see many customers around," he asked back. "Ah, forgive me, I am a traveling archpriest, working from one monastery to another doing some little tasks." The best thing about Sylvester was how easily and neatly he could lie. A common man can't even notice his deception unless they know where to look. "I can understand. The work of a blacksmith is such that when the times are bad, we make a fortune. The Count has called for his retainers to raise the banners and form the army, so we have too many orders for swords, arrows, and all kinds of refitting work. The furnace is basically running night and day for the past 3 months." Sylvester noted that down in his mind and spoke a few good words. "Every man is born with a destiny, my friend. The Lord writes our fate even before we are born, for we are nothing but akin to a little worm. We live, we serve, and we die." "So I won't be a sinner for making these tools of war?" the blacksmith asked. In a saintly voice, Sylvester responded, "This is a question of moral ethics going back to the dawn of civilization. None have been able to answer it, but there's a general consensus that no, you won't become a sinner. After all, a farmer can use his suckle to cut his crops or other men's throats. It's all up to him. So if he one day does hurt someone, will the blacksmith who made it be responsible?" The blacksmith fell into silence and nodded continuously. Sylvester's words resonated with his mind and gave him some peace. This meant the blood wouldn't be on his hands. Thank you for your words, Archpriest. People like you are like a beacon of light in times like these. So, may I know what you're doing in this town? Sylvester didn't hide anymore. I was sent here by the Holy Land to find the true murderer of Lady Marcella and stop the two counts from fighting. The blacksmith was left speechless, unable to believe he was talking to someone this high. "Ha, you're good at jokes, Archpriest." Sylvester stared at him. Blonde hair, golden eyes. I'm sure you have heard the bards at night. Clank. The knife fell from his hand and he knelt down. Ah, Lore, Bard of Solis, my benevolent gods, how could I not see it? Forgive me, Lord Bard. Sylvester walked over and gave the man a small sugar candy. It's all right, my friend. I am but a servant of the Lord. None have any obligations to know my name, for living for the sake of fame is nothing but akin to lust, a sinful shame. The blacksmith nodded and stood up to get back to work. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Bard. The pleasure is all mine. I didn't get your name, however, Sylvester asked. Oh, how insolent I am. My name is Fenris Wildbeck, my lord. I come from the north where I learnt to smith. I work for Sir Renly, the greatest blacksmith in the north. Sylvester acted as if intrigued. How did he get so big, though? Was he always this rich? No, my lord. The monastery helped him a lot. He went to see the archbishop and got a lot of loans with no interest. He then hired a few more men like me to work with him on his designs of armor and swords. These were the same swords used in the past skirmishes between the two counts, where Count Jardel won due to these weapons, resulting in Renly being granted knighthood. Sylvester nodded and talked a bit more with the man. Once his blade was sharpened, he left for the next shop, a medical potioneer who makes not only magical potions but also normal concoctions. This was a single shop, but he reckoned the owner needed a loan because the materials for such a work cost a fortune. He tried the same tactics and used his popularity to get some answers. Slowly, one by one, he went to each shop and estimated the loan the monastery was giving away for no interest. By evening, he and Gabriel had not only met with the biggest loan takers, but also the small ones. There were hundreds across the town, and a few names were even outside the town where they didn't go. What do you think, Max? Where is the archbishop getting all this money from? I'm sure all the money Holy Land sends is only enough to run the monastery and some minor expenses. But to do something like this on this scale requires deep pockets. Gabriel asked him as they arrived in their rooms in the monastery. Sylvester was continuously writing on parchment, however. He was making some calculations, adding and subtracting a few things. I think I am reaching an excellent guess as to why the archbishop did this, Gab. Just a minute, I will have the final number then. Sylvester kept writing. Soon an hour passed, and Sylvester finally placed his charcoal pencil down. Ah, we were wrong, Gab. We were totally wrong about the archbishop. He turned out to be a bigger genius than we ever imagined. What is it, Max? Sylvester shoved the papers at Gabriel. Look at their numbers. All I remember from the ledger in the basement was the final total number. And if I add these new numbers that we gathered today as loans into the ledger's total, we find out the archbishop is perhaps the smartest scammer ever. Gabriel frowned since, to him, the numbers were very confusing. Max, these numbers, what do they mean? What did the archbishop do? Sylvester chuckled. He